Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom or the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt.
Woo! What's going on? Happy Friday. What up? Hold up. Let me turn my camera on. We ain't doing that around here. What's going on, though, Rap Gang family? Yeah, we know a bunch of stuff had dropped as far as like body cam footage, the apartment footage of Bryan Kohberger. But let's jump in. I want to see how everybody's doing here. Who's here with me today? Who might come up on panel today? Today is open panel Friday. Yes, I will open it up to everybody, but there's gonna be some rules, and I'm gonna lay those rules out right now. We're gonna dive into these two videos, right? And then I'm going to invite people up on panel. Now, I don't care who comes up on panel, but one thing that is going to happen if people start yelling over each other, talking over each other, I'm going to remove them. And it's no hard feelings towards anybody that happens to, but whoever that happens to, I'm sorry, just don't do it. That's all I ask. I appreciate everybody being here on this nice Friday. Next time, it should be next time you see me live. I'm rearranging the studio, so because I'm getting a green screen and a bunch of other shit. Plus, I have some new stuff in store. So, but yeah, definitely thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. We got Brittany Blue Eyes in the building. Tyler, how you doing, Tyler? Welcome. Crystal, what's going on? Liana, what's going on? Delana in the building. Julie. Susie, Mar, Miss Thing Bad. Can you guys hear me all right? I'm sure you can. Thank you, CK. I appreciate that. I seen that on my way, and I appreciate the support to the channel. I just appreciate you guys being here. That's it. I mean, if you want to show love, you already know. But just being here, you guys know I appreciate that. Coming up on panel, I appreciate that. That's, that's the things that make it. Let's see, Julie, listening while I have my son in the ER. Prayers go out to you, your son, and I hope everything is okay with your son. Everybody put prayers in chat for Julie and her baby in the ER. Angelic, welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks, Puff. Can't help it. Love the name. All right, so I think I seen everybody as far as up top before I came in. Terry, hey T, love you. 973 in the house. Hey, Terry in the building. 973. I see. I already, I know that area code. Shit. Kel, how you doing? Nice to see you. Darzilla, Lee, Cammy, Annie Potts, I see you. Root, that's Sal. I appreciate what you said in Discord. I probably missed it because I was setting up, taking Sosa out, giving him treats, and he's getting surgery next Thursday. So hope Sosa's doing well. Yeah, he's doing great. He's spoiled too. I can't. Well, since CKI did that, here you go, buddy. This is on CKI. There you go. He's like, yeah, I'll take it. Finally caught y'all. Boston Hippie says, finally caught y'all. Thank you for coming by, Boston. We appreciate you. What's going on, Isaac in the building. Shout out to Isaac, man. What's going on, brother? Sunshine, how you doing? Nice to see you, Sunshine. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I've been seeing the crazy ass gifts and Discord. Shit is crazy. You got a dude turning up like this and all. I'm like, what the hell am I seeing? Hey, T-REV. What up, Hollis? Hollis in the building. Adam, stand by the Jam C. What's going on with you, brother? Glad to have you by here. Coffee cake, same thing. Why does it seem like everything drops on Fridays? Well, really, it dropped yesterday, but I just chose not to go live. I was hanging out, watched the Lakers get their ass beat, which I'm mad at, but it's okay because I'm a Lakers fan, but it is what it is. I hung out yesterday. You take one of those days, you take a mental break off and just relax. And, I was the bystander for once. Lori, good day, T-REV and everyone. Thank you for coming by, Lori. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. Heather says, hello again. Heather, I seen y'all yesterday everywhere together, man. Y'all rolling packs around here, man. I love to see it. Dixie and Tennessee Mountains. Yay, panel guest. And thank you, Trev. You're welcome. So I'm going to jump into these videos. Right? Let's jump into the videos and then let's get straight into a panel. Let's talk about it. Let's have an open discussion. But this time I want it to be respectful. I don't care if somebody, has something outrageous to say. I know that we're very passionate about this case, right? Whether, A thinks it's Bryan Kohberger or B thinks it's someone else. I don't want us arguing. I think that we should be able to respectfully disagree and agree with each other. Nobody should be mad at A because they think it's Kohberger, and nobody should be mad at B because they don't think it is, or they are saying they need more or whatever. You know what I mean? I've watched the panels back, and that is the problem. And we should be able to not. I know we're passionate about this case, and we get upset when we hear things that maybe sound far-fetched to us or you or whoever you are in general. There's no reason to get upset about that because at the end of the day, we're all chasing one thing, and that is justice for the victims. So please respect. That's all I ask is respect each other. There's no reason for us to hate each other. All hate does is fuel a fire that doesn't need to be created. Love you, T. 973 in the house. Yes, I seen that. I don't know why it dragged me all the way back up there, but it did. Hey, Tattoo Rebel in the building. Much love and respect, everyone here in T-REV. What's going on, Tattoo Rebel? Shout out to you, brother. Hope you're doing good. Hope your health is well. Prayers up for you, brother. Prayers up. Susan Ann Slater. Hey, T-REV and family. Thank you for coming by, Susan. I appreciate you. It's nice to see you as always. Carrie, the same thing. Tammy, the same. Midwest Girl, the same. Shelly, also. Nice to see all of you. All the beautiful faces. Crime on a dime. Praying for your baby. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're hoping it's a tumor that doesn't spread. That's what we're hoping. So, I mean, she said it could be 1, 2, or 3. 1 being good, 2 being a tumor, and, him having to get, 2 and 3 both had chemo involved, but I hope we don't have to go that far. Hal Sosa, Chief said. He might have to get chemo, but if he does, I don't know. I hope he doesn't. I'll be broken down if he does. I'll tell you that much. It's going to be rough for me if he has to get that. Cara, nice to see you. Laughing Stock, Miss Go Lightly. 26. Thank you for coming by. Gordon, Dave. Just trying to get these shout outs out there, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and get started. For days today. Yes, absolutely. Angelic, thank you. I appreciate you. Let's get extra cheats for this man, Miss Sosa. Man, he's spoiled.
Hello. I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so I was
behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you're on the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Make it full screen. So in this video, right off the bat, you notice Bryan's talking a lot more. This is, allegedly a month before the murders happened. In general, I think that's probably why this video is just out there now. It's a month before the murders. Everybody's paying attention to his mannerisms, and honestly, he just seems right now to me just seems like normal. Normal human being you'd pull over.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Oops, my bad.
We just get this for you out.
You what?
I'm just gonna get this out for you.
Okay.
Welcome to Dixie. Agree, Annie. Hello, everyone.
So can you
welcome DMC? Thank you, Boston.
Explain that to me a little bit further. So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck in their intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done?
Not
just.
All right. So he said, "Hold up."
So can you
in Pennsylvania?
Explain that to me a little bit further. So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck in their intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done?
Not
just.
Yeah, he's right.
You're not supposed to block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then it turns, and then you're blocking. So
yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh.
Did you see that?
No.
Like right before I made the turn, there was someone who made a right. And they didn't have their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Yeah, so I would just advise
let's just say I came across I was shopping in the store, or I came across Bryan, I wouldn't, you see people like Bryan, from what I see on this camera, and I'm just speaking from what I see on this camera, I have to agree. You see people like Bryan, you can't really paint what somebody looks like, allegedly, if he committed these murders, right? You can't paint what people are like, oh my God, he looks normal. He does look normal to me too. He looks very normal to me. But you can't paint what a killer would look like. Allegedly, if he did do this and he is the killer, you can't paint what he looks like. So I see a lot of those I've seen a lot of comments like that, and I got emails like that, and I got comments on my other videos like that. You got to see the new body cam. Oh my God, Bryan looks normal. Well, yeah, I think he looks normal too. He looks like an everyday human being.
Don't enter the intersection until you go, so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up and not.
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation, because you're either going to back up into somebody, or you're going to run a red light. So, or you're going to be sitting in an intersection. Yeah. There's not really a great option there.
Seems normal to me.
I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of
see, even the way that he talks, he talks very, and to me, he talks intelligently, right? You know what I mean? Like he does. He talks intelligently to me. He comes across as that way. What's going on?
I was looking for Sacks. You want me to let him out?
He already went out. He just came in.
Okay.
He's good. But yeah, no, he comes across as intelligent to me. I mean, that's what he comes across to me as, is he knows what the hell he's doing. He's good with words. He's talking. I mean, that's what I see from this video so far.
Slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines. Like there's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of.
Me neither. So far.
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Yeah. I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah.
But,
1 second.
Just curious about the law.
That looks good on a Hyundai. I don't see Pennsylvania registration like at all. Okay, let's see. Expires November 22nd or 2022. Okay. And
I agree. It did take a while for this video to get out of here. I gotta agree with you on that. I don't know why it took up till now, but maybe it was held. Maybe they studied this. I have no idea.
yeah, one of those is
Car's more clean.
yeah.
Too.
Okay, that looks good. I'll hand that back to you. I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right.
This ain't PA, boy.
Sierra 331, Cook 4 driver.
Go ahead.
Last of Kohberger, King, Ocean, Henry, Boy, Edward, Robert, George, Edward, Robert. First of Bryan, Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora. Middle C, Charles. Date of birth 112194, Mount Washington.
What's up, Aaron? Poet's Dreams. Welcome, Trina. Trina. Say Trina.
1636.
Cause she looking at? Oh, okay. I see what she's looking at. She's looking at fines. It should have even got the price on there. Well, if you live in Washington, you want to see your fine prices if you get pulled over there. I mean, zoom in and screenshot that.
49 has massive corral, George Union Robert, Adam Lincoln, First Terrence, Tom, Adam Robert, Young Nora.
Thank you, Katie. Welcome.
1637.
Hmm.
331, Sierra driver.
Go ahead.
Damn, girl, learn your codes. What's up?
Genesis license through Washington 11/2027. The vehicle.
Yes,
now
ma'am.
on 2005 Hyundai.
What's up?
Genesis license.
Yes, ma'am. We do see
Copy.
it.
It should be an Elantra.
Copy, it might be. It actually says the DM. That's my bad.
Person tries to get out of the ticket. I don't know why people are acting like he's being crazy. Right. So far, so normal. Normal. I mean, I see different opinions in there, but I mean, it's very, very, very normal so far. Nothing out of the normal, in my opinion. Playing dumb is normal. Yeah, it is. I thought he knew law.
1638.
To creep into the intersection is recommended. I wish you would have roughed him up. Very quiet. We're gonna look at a paper for 10 minutes. Thank you, Candy Rapper, which is what is that? Vaudis? That's Vaudis. Good to see you. T-REV, love and miss you. You haven't been on much. I've been taking care of my father. He's going to be having surgery soon. Prayers up for your father. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Also, what has it been, like a day? I didn't go live yet, or actually I did I go live yesterday on my second channel? I went live on my second channel, just not on this channel. He looks so normal in this video. She is just pulling his chain. Right. You think so? You think so? I mean, if he really pulled out into the intersection like she's saying and did that, then she pulled him over to get her quota up. I'll put it that way. Yeah. I love listening to all speculations. No problem. Control roll. Anyone else?
Okay, so I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington. So I'll try to turn my brightness up, but it's basically it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW 46.61.202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles,
What's up,
despite
Heather?
any traffic control signal indications to proceed. So you had a green light, so you're thinking you can go, but you're blocking the intersection. So that's if you're ever curious in any laws in
Seems
Washington,
like to me.
just Revised Code of Washington. So I'm not writing a ticket or anything like that today. I understand you're from Pennsylvania, but in the future, don't proceed through the intersection. You can't get stopped for that alone, unless you can
Very true.
clearly just clear it right away.
Okay.
So
So then basically, I understand.
you're just supposed to wait behind the white line. Drivers do it all the time,
It
but
never even occurred to me that that was actually something wrong. But
Yeah.
Well, except for the fact that I was blocking the
Mhm.
crosswalk, which is what
Yeah.
I went through.
and states vary a lot from laws. Like Pennsylvania might not even have that law, but in Washington we do.
I'm actually just from a very rural area,
hmm
so we just don't have crosswalks.
Oh.
Unless I visit an area where there are crosswalks,
Gotcha.
and then it's not very frequent.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
No, not at all. Like I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like I only know it because this is what I do. But
Seems like
Yeah.
it's me.
if you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language. But hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah, have a good day.
Definitely. Okay. I mean, it's just that nothing came off as there's nothing that stood out in that besides him asking for the law. I mean, some people do that. Some people just have the gift of gab and can talk, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. And then now we have this. Also, I don't know, like people were when I watched it last night, the little body cam footage that from his apartment, and the guy was like, "Damn, I wasn't expecting that." Body cam of his traffic stop in Moscow might be interesting. Probably not though. I don't see anything strange about this in my opinion. Me neither. Polite, thorough, and inquisitive in my opinion. Chief says, can't judge a book by its cover. Absolutely agree with that. Ted Bundy looked normal too. Hey, great. There's a lot of great points in chat both ways. Considering his studies, I'm not surprised he wants to know the law and what to do. Dennis Reeder was a church deacon, so Janice Smith, good point. Danielle, okay, she said hi, Heather. In his other pics and videos, he looks abnormal though. Maybe his face changed after the murders. I don't know. We'll definitely be seeing that on display. He looks and acts like an ex of mine. Trevor, what's going on, Karma? Welcome. Whoever's coming up on stream, coming up on panel when we're done, when we're finished with this section, which won't be long, get your notes or whatever ready that you want to talk about. I'll bring a few people up and we can get a discussion started. I do not want anything to, if it gets disrespectful, I'm going to have to remove the parties that are getting disrespectful, maybe put them in timeout, like not in chat, but just in general, because I don't want today to be disrespectful. I think that we should all respect each other. We shouldn't be going against each other, man. It's just, I looked at that last stream, man. It was like screaming and yelling at each other. And I feel like we shouldn't be doing that as a community, a group that is looking for justice for people. We should not be up here screaming at each other like 2-year-old kids. You know, even I have done some immature stuff, and looking back at those things, I don't want to be that way. And I don't think that any of us should be that way either. There is science that shows serial killers share certain features, but not all people with those features are serial killers. Absolutely. Exactly. What is he supposed to look like? You can't really say what a killer looks like. You know, you could look at past serial killers and be like, yeah, he has that look. But at the end of the day, I've seen some crazy ass looking people that got the cleanest records ever and are clean cut people. I think he broke his nose during the murders. All right, let's check this video out so we can get to the panel because I'm interested in hearing a lot of you guys today. I really am. I want to hear what the community is thinking.
Traffic stop in the search of the accused killer's apartment. We want to show you the body camera footage of WSU police officers searching Kohberger's campus apartment after the stabbings of 4 University of Idaho students. Now, that search happened in December of 2022, just about a month after the murders occurred. WSU also released some video of a traffic stop from a month before the murders. Take a listen to Bryan Kohberger's interaction with the officer.
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded.
Okay, we've seen this one. Let's go. I want to get to the actual like apartment one. Let's get to the apartment one. Let me skip past this because the apartment is the one I want to check out. That's the one we want to get into and watch.
Was cited in a probable cause affidavit for Kohberger's arrest, and both of those videos were released after public records requests were made from various media outlets. Boy, he talked his way out of that ticket, didn't he? And he was very polite with the officer, wasn't he? Let's talk about this some more. Tweet us your thoughts right now. Let me bring in my guest, criminal defense attorney Joe Tamburino. Joe, what'd you think watching that, please?
Well, yes, he's intelligent. He obviously knows his way around police. He was very respectful. He was very deferential. He basically was like, look, I'm from out of town and sure, give me a ticket, but I really want to know what I did wrong. I'd like to learn better for the future. I mean, this is going to be great evidence, I think, for the prosecution in his trial. Why? Because it gives them 2 things. One is he's not insane. This person is obviously functioning in society and is able to deal with police officers and other people. Second, it shows that he could be manipulative, that he could talk his way out of things. I would use this completely if I was the prosecutor in their case.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, Joe. Let's look at it from the other side, because as you know, as the great trial attorney that you are, you know how to look at everything from both angles, or multiple angles, I should say. And for the defense, this could be helpful too, right? He is so polite. We're not seeing this raging maniac that the state of Idaho is saying committed these 4 homicides.
Interesting.
Yes, that's right. The defense is going to have to use it as, look at this person's character, look at his being. I mean, he's not a person that's just going to kill 4 people, brutally murder them. Sure, but remember, that's in almost every type of murder case. And, you know, we've seen it so many times where someone says, well, there's no motive, even though motive's not an element of a crime, because this person really had no axe to grind against the victim. Look at how this person was a month before. So, yes, from the defense side, you're always going to raise that, but it's basically one of the arguments that they're going to use.
Right. Joe, I'm curious, you know, we talk a lot. You're one of my favorite guests, as you know, and with this case in this prelim that's coming up in June, I'm curious, do you think...
I'm curious. I don't want to hear that. I actually want to see the apartment body cam footage that I seen yesterday. We're going to watch that, and then we're opening the panel. That's too much for me. I want to see. I already heard all that type of shit. Hold up, they just Kohberger video shows him weeks before Idaho killings. Okay, yeah, we've seen that already. I want to see the video of the apartment right here. I'm sorry, Banfield, you've been pissing me off lately, but I guess I gotta watch this video to see what I want to see. Has anyone else told us? Yeah.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
That'd be crazy. That'd be wild.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Good. One more. Police department, search warrant, come to the door. Open the door and do an announcement.
Here we go. Full screen. Welcome
Police
back.
department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
Aaron Rodgers is gone.
Police department, show yourself. You're good, dude. Go back inside. Yep. No worries.
Flashlights.
Prayers up for you, Baldis.
All right, so here's what's fascinating. They go in with all of their body cams, and when they sent us the video after a Freedom of Information request, guess what? I know you already know what I'm about to say. They actually redacted it. They turned most of that searching inside the apartment, all of it, in fact, into black video with no audio at all. So we cannot see inside the apartment. But remember this video? This was exclusive for News Nation. We were standing outside the apartment as they were hauling all the goods out. All of the evidence that they removed from Bryan Kohberger's apartment, this was what it looked like right after they had executed that warrant. There is one thing, though, that they did not redact that I want to play for you right now, and it is so telling. It is a detail that, once again, sent shivers down my spine. They talk about when they were in the apartment, one of the doors inside the apartment is locked. Can you guess which one? Let's roll the tape so you can hear it for yourself.
Talbot. Bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
Yeah. You need anything in your clipboard?
No, I'm good. He's got it. Thank you, guys.
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
So in this part, you know, he's like, I wasn't expecting that, but that could be anything from, you know, he opened the door and tripped over something to something major. I mean, we don't know what that means. We obviously aren't going to know what that means for a while, but it's interesting.
Because there's only one on here. I'll talk later. Yeah.
I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are.
Agreed.
Yeah. And we can turn them all on. Very sparse. Fancy computer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That I wasn't expecting. That's Mallory's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once he packaged, he can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho for it.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
October 14th.
Okay, so there you go. Talking about the bedroom door. Bryan Kohberger.
Run that back real quick.
Lights on in there?
Did anybody make out what was said right there at all?
It's locked because there's only one on here. I'll talk later. Yeah.
I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. And we can turn them all on. Very sparse. Fancy computer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That I wasn't expecting. That's Mallory's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a
He was in Pennsylvania.
triage here, and then once he packaged, he can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho for it.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so there you go. Talking about the bedroom door. Bryan Kohberger's bedroom door was locked. Bryan Kohberger wasn't there. Why would his bedroom door be locked?
For anybody in chat, do you lock your bedroom door? If you live in your own apartment, I'm just curious, and I'm asking this as a serious question. Do you lock your bedroom door when you leave your house?
It just kind of defies logic, doesn't it? I'm going to talk to Brian Enton about that in a moment, but I wanted to tell you some court documents also dropped today, 166 pages. Apparently, the testing for blood on the pillowcases and the mattress, presumptive test for blood. That's what the chemical tests said, chemical testing for blood, not just reddish brown stains or on the uncased pillow and mattress cover, presumptive testing for blood. Also, they released new floor plans of Bryan Kohberger's apartment number 201. And the big news, they also released a trespass order. Washington State University effectively said on the 30th, the day of the arrests, the day of this warrant, Bryan Kohberger, you may never step foot on this campus again. It is officially going to be trespass. I want to get right to Brian Enton, who's been covering this story since the beginning. First of all, I want to get your thoughts on all of this, but also the fact that we're hearing Bryan Kohberger's voice, Brian, for such an extended period of time in what seems to be like a polite debate.
Yeah, it's like, where do we even begin with all of this? There's so much to talk about, actually. 166 pages, documents released just within the last couple of hours in that video that you obtained. The voice I found probably to be the most interesting in all of it. I had only heard him say a couple of, words in court in the past. I hadn't heard him really complete full sentences before. I've heard a lot of people say that they think that he sounds condescending. Is he condescending? Is he monotone? Is he just an awkward? We've heard he's socially awkward in the past, but it was very interesting the way he went back and forth with the officer. She really kept her cool, and like you said, even went back and looked up the law and gave him all the information he was asking for. But I couldn't figure out, and maybe you have some insight into this, Ashley. Like, exactly. Was he being condescending, or is this just his awkward personality, and he actually wanted to know the details of the law? It was very, very strange.
Well, I can tell you this. I spoke with Steve Gonzalez tonight, and I asked him what he made of this interaction with the police officer. And Steve Gonzalez's exact words were he was respectful, but also quite awkward. Just exactly what you just said. Yeah. I also want to tell you what he said about the warrant and the locked bedroom door. These are Steve Gonzalez's words, Brian. He said, quote, "My thought is, why would you need to lock a door to your own room in an apartment that isn't shared, unless you're worried the landlord might enter when you're not home and get into your room?" Again, those are the words of Kaylee Gonzalez's father, Steve Gonzalez. Of course, Kaylee, one of the victims alleged to have been murdered. Thank you for watching. Go.
All right. Open panel time. If you want to join the panel, the link is up top. I don't care who it is. You just got to show me that you're real on camera, and I'll bring you up. Let's have this open debate. Now, they're talking about, I also seen the documents for the request for discovery. Also, I don't know if you guys seen that or not, but I sure did. Only when I had roommates. So I asked would you guys lock your bedroom door if you live by yourself? Not with your kids, not with anybody, you live by yourself. Would you lock your bedroom door before you leave? No, only at bedtime. No, yes. No, I'm gonna have roommates. Yes, because my mom told me to. No, yes, I have the keys. No, not his bedroom door, but the vacant bedroom door. No, only when I'm inside. I have no lock on my bedroom door. No, I do it at night. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. No, yes, no, sometimes, nar, which equals no. I don't. Let's see. The school gave them the key for that too. Interesting. No, number one, I can't. I think she said it's locked because it's only one occupant. I do when I'm in. Hold on. Let me drop this. All right, there we go. There's a link there, and it's pinned up top. If you want to join, come up on stream and talk. You are more than welcome to hit the link. Come up. Let's hear you. I have to keep sensitive meds alive. That's interesting. I see you. What's up, Papa Sal? You muted right now. What's going on, pal? Papa Sal's in the building. What's going on?
I'm so used to fucking muting myself.
What's going on, Papa?
Hey, now I would be the same way. If this guy has got guns in his bedroom, which he did, and he was worried about the landlord coming in, yes, I would feel the same. Probably lock my door too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so
I shut my door because I got guns in my bedroom, and I don't want the baby or anybody to come in and hopefully, not to make it harder for him to get into the room. But definitely the landlord shit. If I was renting and I felt like a landlord could get into my apartment, I would definitely lock the door. And as far as that traffic stop goes, he did what he set out to do. He tried to stop the ticket like we all have. You know, we all done that, you know. And he didn't look weird to me. You know, and again, Steve Gonzalez said the same thing. He looked uncomfortable, but we all do when we get pulled over by a cop.
Fact.
You know, he did not look like that. Again, I'm going to quote Steve. He did not look like that monster I was expecting to see. And then he said that when he went into the courtroom. And you know what? I thought the same way. When he walked into the courtroom in that orange suit and he nodded hi to his attorney, he looked nervous. But again, he didn't look like that monster we made out. You know what I'm saying? And the whole reason why I think everybody is, I mean, take away the 4 killings. Take that away. Let's say that never happened. All right. The guy looks a little bug-eyed, but I don't look fucking normal either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, but take that away. I didn't see it. I'm going with what Steve said. I didn't see it. I didn't see the monster.
No doubt.
You know? We seen the monster when they had him in handcuffs and they broke into his fucking house at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. His eyes were dark. They were wide open. You know, he looked fucked up. He looked like a monster. But, you know, these last 2 videos, I give him credit. I mean, I don't think he looked bad at all.
Yeah, no, that's being completely unbiased. Like I didn't see nothing, anything that stood out to me. It just seemed normal. I tried to talk my way out of a ticket. I have. So
of course, we all have. You know, like especially him being out of state. I'm from out of state, and if I was to get pulled over by a cop here or in California, I would be like, you know, well, you know, I'm from New York and da da da. We usually run people over. You know, I would fucking give some kind of an excuse from that being out of state. But again, you know, you look normal to me, pal.
Yeah, no doubt. What's Avion and Annie's up here, Annie Potts. What's going on, guys?
Hello.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Okay.
Look good. How you doing?
Hanging in there, bro. What's your thoughts on this whole, you know, everything, these little drops that they're giving us? I mean, I see you in the comments. I see you in the comments a lot. This is the first time I think I've had you up.
Yeah, my opinion is like, you know, he seems pretty normal. It's not like I've seen anything. I was watching Lost Souls last night. I don't know if I can say that on here, but
yeah. I watch Lost Souls too.
yeah, I put her on when I go to sleep and just listen. And you know, since she was saying like, oh, he was like trying to manipulate her and stuff like that, which I didn't agree with. I just seen somebody that got a ticket and didn't know, you know, he wanted to know what the law is, because I stay in Salt Lake and I'm from California, so there's different laws when you move somewhere. And I learned that when you go into the intersection, like you can't do that. Now I know that I can't do that. I used to do that all the time, but I didn't see nothing that was like out of the ordinary where he was trying to manipulate the officer or, you know, like downgrade her because she was a woman. He was just being respectful. Like, hey, I didn't know this is what I was doing. He was honest. Like, this is what I did. I didn't know. And can you tell me the law? So, like, basically, I can't do, like, I won't do it again. But nothing I seen that raised alarms or anything like that on that traffic stop. It's more of like what was in his house and what, you know, all them blood stains. That's not normal right there. You know, for them to pull out a lot of stuff with blood on it, that's not normal. That's weird right there. So I think, you know, we should focus on that to where why does he have all this stuff with blood on it in his house? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now the thing is though, is it blood? Or did he spill ketchup off a damn plate? You know what I mean? Like, because we
didn't they just say it was blood?
And they say it was blood, Annie?
on the little
Hi there.
shot you had? I don't
What's
know.
up, Andy? Did they say there was blood that they found?
If from what I heard, it says a presumptive test for blood. But from what I understand, it was like a pillow or pillowcase. But that doesn't surprise me, I guess. People, if it's like obviously a ton of blood, but
I shut myself out.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was. It said I didn't see where it said blood. Maybe I missed that, Avion. I don't know. I don't.
yeah, I believe there was a presumptive positive test for blood, but I think it was a pillow or pillowcase.
Okay.
But I wanted to say, so what I found the most interesting about his traffic stop had nothing to do with him. I don't know if you caught it, but so when she calls in his car and his license, the dispatch comes back over and says that his license is out of Washington and the car is registered to a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
Okay.
I didn't catch that.
So it kind of threw me for a little loop, and I was like, wait a minute. I thought they said that he switched over his license and everything in November, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and the car's coming back as a Sonata, and this cop doesn't say nothing about it. Like where I'm from, if you get pulled over and the plates on your car don't match the car, they're going to have a lot of questions for you about that.
Mm.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I thought he switched. Wasn't it in the plates that he
Hey, T-REV.
What's up? What's going on, Regina? What's going
I have something. Just call me crazy, but I don't think we can take the traffic stop before the murders and after the murders in its full totality until you play them back to back and just watch his behavior between the two.
I mean, in the okay, so if we're being realistic here, then I mean, in the video where he was pulled over in Indiana, I mean, he did look a little off to me, and that's just what I'm like as far as like different look in his face. Can I say
Well,
that? That's what I
yeah.
that's my opinion on it, but everybody has their own. But my opinion definitely in that if you compare the two traffic stops, he definitely was more talkative in the one talking to the woman completely fine, and the other one he's more still shot.
In the traffic stop before the murders, it seems to me like he's argumentative and he's defiant, and that's what the female officer, which just circumstance, that's who pulled him over. But in the traffic stop on the way back to Pennsylvania through Indiana when he got pulled over, if you'll notice, he's not argumentative. Yes, sir, thank you, blah blah blah. It's like he either showed authority to the male cop, or he was just trying to say as little as possible. But if you'll watch in my opinion, in the video of him going through Indiana when he got pulled over, he looks like he wants to jump out of his skin compared to how he was dealing with that female officer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think with her, he was requesting things from her, and I think he was enjoying the fact that she was catering to what he is asking. Everything he asked for, he did, even though it's her, it's part of her job. But she really didn't have to give him that code. She really didn't. She just did that out of a courtesy. He could have argued that with the judge when he went to pay his fine, But as far as being pulled over in Indiana, I bet he was shitting his pants, but, because the first time they pulled him over, he was probably, oh my God, this is it, And then the second time, he just looked, I don't know, it's that crazy eye thing, But if you look at him, and I was looking, the only thing I kept saying was, look at his eyebrows. Because of course his attorney's going to tell him to cut them things down, cut them down, get them things cropped, You know, I don't care how bushy they are. You know, get them taken care of so that they don't appear to be as bushy. But I was focused on that more than I was anything. That in his eyes. I mean, I already felt like he was trying to control the situation with the woman cop.
I think he's got bushy eyebrows. I think you could make a wig out of his eyebrows.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was just trying to see what they
Shit,
look
I
like.
got bushy eyebrows.
Not like that. There's like caterpillars.
Not like that.
Hey, what do y'all think about the fact that this cop didn't question him at all about why his car is coming back as a 2005 Sonata?
I think we have to listen to that again because I heard Elantra myself.
Yeah, I could have sworn it was 2001 Hyundai Elantra.
I mean, I didn't hear the.
Somebody's dying.
It's my husband. He's
No, I replayed it back quite a few
Green.
times, but the dispatch does say 2005 Sonata, and then the cop says it's supposed to be an Elantra, and then the dispatch comes back and says, "Oh, yeah, that might be my bad. It says sedan."
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part. I was going to go back and watch it because when that was brought up about the Sonata, I was like, I thought I heard Elantra somewhere.
I thought it was so strange. Like I've never usually. I mean, if your car comes back as the wrong car, they're gonna want to have some questions for you about that, right?
Right.
Sure.
But, you know, the one thing that I noticed too is I noticed in the chat and I noticed in the conversation that everybody was having that people kept saying, "Gosh, he looks so normal. Gosh, he seems so normal." Well, you know, if you really do research on different serial killers, they all are pretty normal. You know, look at BTK. He was a church deacon. You know, he had his own
baby.
Yeah, Bundy looked normal too.
With a family. Bundy had crazy eyes though, but other than that, he was good looking, charismatic. You know,
he looked very normal.
Israel Keys is from that area. He's part of. I believe he's from Washington State, or I believe it was Washington State. It's like maybe 2 hours away from Moscow. He was a carpenter. He had a wife and a child. He worked every day as a carpenter, but then he would take off and fly across country and bury these 5-gallon buckets with all kinds of stuff in them and bury them in different parts of the country to return, you know. But he was very normal. And nobody would have thought in a million years. So to say someone looks normal, I mean, what is really normal?
Right.
I've met some sane people that seem pretty not so normal.
Negative walks in many different.
I think in this day and age, we probably shouldn't be judging anybody by how they look.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, I agree with that. I actually agree with that 100%.
Yep.
Only 2 items tested presumptive positive. Only 2. Everything else was negative, including the drains. Salute Goosey said.
That's right. That's actually correct. But that was in his apartment. All the presumptive blood testing from his apartment. Only 2 items come back for blood. And one of them was, I do believe, like a blanket comforter that had dripped blood on it. And then there was some blood on the uncased pillow.
Did they
I do find it interesting, too, that the defense has had to file 3 requests for discovery with the prosecution, and they still haven't been.
I caught that on the document last night, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That is interesting. Were they holding something out? I definitely am interested in hearing that.
I don't think that's that interesting, considering the fact that they're still going through what can be held as evidence and what can't be held as evidence, especially with the Brady Giglio thing going on. I think that's what that's all about.
All evidence that the prosecution plans to use needs to be turned over to the defense.
What do you think about
but they can't decide what evidence the prosecution is going to be able to use until a judge validates it.
All right, so I see sacred teachings and CB. What's going on? Welcome, guys, to the panel.
Hey,
What's up?
what's
What do
going
y'all
on,
think
man?
about
Sacred? How you
what do y'all
doing,
think
buddy?
about Steve and
Good,
Steve
good. How are you
wanting,
guys?
you know, the Gonzalez family wanting? Is it them that wants that gag order lifted, or is it the media? I heard both.
Kaylee's sister went on and said that the family's not gagged. They just want their lawyer to be able to
Right.
speak freely.
I see.
So they kind of cleared that up, but I guess that was a misconception
From
I
what
heard
for a
that too.
while.
Well, I know the media's fighting for it because they want.
And I had that confused also. I thought that the families were gagged from talking and found out they weren't. So I was wrong on thinking that also.
Yeah, I think we all were. It was kind of confusing because
Well, I
if they
think-
had so much to say, but I guess they're only communicating through their lawyers, so they're gagged by proxy then.
Well, to be honest with you, if it was your family member, you know, or if it was my family member, I would keep my mouth shut anyway, because I wouldn't want to be the person that jeopardizes the chances of, you know, the alleged killer of my sibling or my daughter, God forbid, to be let free because of something that was done inappropriately.
I definitely feel that, but at the same token, if you're out there spreading misinformation and lies, and you know, like certain things that has been mentioned about, like maybe OnlyFans pages and this, that, and the third, like I would almost feel compelled to clear that up if you're like, you know, throwing dirt on the name of my loved one, you know.
And I
But-
agree with you on that, unless they have one. If they
Yeah,
have
that
one, you know, I mean, if they have one, because that could be where they met him. Who knows? But the fact is that, you know, yeah, if they had one and that's not true, these untruths that are going around about these kids, I think should clear those up if they can, you know, without jeopardizing the case.
It's tough because, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's being put out, and you know, only thing that we could say is like quote factual is anything that's put out by law enforcement or in the official documents, but there's still plenty of stuff that's being ran by News Nation and all this other stuff that we could find out is all BS in the end of the day. So I understand the difficulty to keep your mouth shut. I mean, for me, I know it would be very difficult.
Some parents
Well, not only that, but we have to take into account that there are family members of these kids out there. There are loved ones who know what these kids went through, and they don't need more awful, horrible things said about their children to add to their grief. And anybody out here spreading misinformation and doing that and trying to be heard from the mountaintops or whatever, you're wrong for that. Straight up.
Right.
For putting that out there where it could get back to the families, you're wrong for that.
Well, I'll be honest with you.
Right.
I saw something yesterday that I couldn't even come on panel, or I couldn't even come into the chat room and talk about it. It disturbed me to no end, to be honest with you. And I saw something by Doc Thrifty today in regards to this situation. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, if you all watch that video of the alleged murder photos and all that stuff a couple days back, that was disturbing. That disturbed me so much. I couldn't even grasp at just the magnitude of what these parents are going through. And I'm not saying that what was said or what was shown was true, but in all honesty, it was like my mind couldn't grasp that it could actually be as bad as that. You know, it's just like I felt sick. It was so disturbing to me. And I popped on yesterday for a little bit and then I popped off, but no.
I'm a little behind on this. Is this all the stuff that goes back to the picture from the phone on Banfield and Kopaka's eye reflection?
This was
Somebody cannot handle smoking, boy.
This was I don't know the YouTuber's name. I didn't write it down, but I think it's Michelle something.
Oh yeah, Michelle Lee. Right?
Yeah. Yes, Pop.
Those photos, right?
I don't think any of us really wants to know the horrific details of those kids' injuries, except for that which would satisfy justice for these kids. I think anything beyond that is just grotesque morbidity, and I think it's wrong.
Well,
That's
YouTube took that video down. I mean, it was that, to me, it was that bad. To me, it was that bad. And it's not that I haven't seen, there was one of those photographs that was shown on that video that I have seen before, but the explanation and the circling and the talking, I mean, some people say, well, why didn't you just leave if it was, no, it kind of sucked me in because I'm part of, I've been monitoring this case since it happened. And, even though it is disturbing, I wanted to see what might be revealed. But I didn't realize to what extent, how disturbed it would make me feel within, another human being could do something. So if it's anything like they showed in those pictures, it's just,
I think I now know what you're talking about, but did you actually see anything in those pictures? Because for the life of me, I couldn't make out like a single thing.
I could see 2 sets of breasts, and I think I saw a head.
All I saw was what looked like
nothing.
looked like strawberry jam.
It looked like the cover of Alanis Morissette's
Johnny, what's up, Johnny?
Yeah, I could see a set of breasts up top and down to the side, and then like a head at the feet of one of the bodies.
That's crazy.
I didn't see nothing like that.
Yeah, I couldn't make out like a single thing.
They shouldn't put shit like that up. They should.
Yeah,
I do think. I do think it's unfortunate that people, there are things like that going around on the internet. I think that is unfortunate.
If a family, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I just was thinking if a family, family members are on here, because we don't know. We don't know.
I mean, when Steve
it's just horrible.
When Steve puts his head down at night, could you imagine the thoughts he must have about how his little girl was, the horror she felt, the pain she felt? Could you imagine? You can't take that away. That doesn't go away right away.
No,
That's crazy.
Well, not just that. I mean, it goes even deeper than that. What about these people out here that are getting propped up and put on all these true crime places with all these stories like this and doing their best to be heard and even switching from one name to another after they get burned on the first one with their craziness? What about those people getting propped up out here on social media instead of people being like, hey, this person needs help. Look at what they're doing. It takes a sick person to be able to do that, you guys. They need help. Why are we not even talking about that?
I mean, that's something that's going to happen, though. There's nothing that we can do about that.
Let's first worry about the victims, okay?
I mean, it is the internet.
And then we'll worry
you're going to have that on there.
You know what I'm saying? First, let's worry about the victims. Then we'll worry about getting this guy help.
Yeah, I didn't bring it up to make this like something basically all about that particular situation because I really don't want to put more energy into that. To be honest with you, but
oh no, it's multiple situations that this has happened.
Yes, I understand. But
we're talking about the internet. You're never going to be able to stop the people out here that are wicked. You're never going to be able to stop the people that are wicked. You're never going to be able to stop trolls. There's people that when their kids go missing, people hit them up and say, hey, I have your kids, send me $5,000. So you're not going to be able to stop people like that on the internet. We're just going to have to deal with it accordingly. And if it bothers us that much, then we just got to not look at it.
I think too, people, I like these panels, and I love the Discord because I think there's a way of vetting a little bit better, even though from time to time there's problems and stuff. But you're right. I mean, the internet's forever, and there's always going to be, that one person behind the keyboard that's just there for the show.
Mm-hmm. Well, misinformation works both ways too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So as much as we have misinformation coming from certain areas of the internet regarding the victims in this case, we also have lots of misinformation regarding the defendant in the case as well. The biggest one, for example, is people saying he's been a serial killer since he was 18 years old with absolutely no evidence to back that up.
I don't think he was a serial killer. I still don't. I think this was a one-time thing, and the fucking prick tried to get away with it, and he fucked up. He fucked up. That's all there is to it. There's no serial killer. There's no cartel.
Papa?
There's none of that shit. I'm sorry.
Papa Sal, you know I love you. I love you with all my heart. I love you,
too,
Papa
baby.
Sal.
I love
But
you too.
I couldn't disagree with you more. There's other cases in Pennsylvania when he was living there and the right age that are almost identical to the Idaho force slayings.
Then why
One
aren't
of
they
them being
arrested? Why aren't they arrested? Why aren't they brought in?
it's a 10-year-old cold case and they are actually investigating him for it.
Yeah, I think if he's the guy, there's a trail of other cases that came before this one. If he's the guy.
Well, I think
Yep.
when he actually goes to court for this particular crime,
Who has an echo? Chat's yelling. There's an echo.
I think that I just have a feeling that if there is others, that'll come up later. I think there's so much focus on the Idaho 4 right now, and I think that they're really whatever they discover, they're really going to have to look into it and really try to, because the cases are so old, make sure they have enough evidence and something to hold him on those counts. But my thing is, I mean, I am a person that believes in the freedom of the press. I agree. You know, just like I don't want my rights taken away, freedom of press, whatever. But I think the press has to be held accountable for
The shit that
knowingly
they say.
giving
The shit they say.
misrepresentation and misinforming the public as fear mongers. And more than anything, they do it to make people afraid. And I'm not talking just about this case. It's just it just
they
seems
do
like
it to
today,
get
if
the
you watch
story. They
if you
do it
watch
to get the story. That's what they're doing it for.
If
To
it
be the
bleeds, it reads.
first. To be the first to get the story.
I was telling a friend of mine the other day, you know, I said, you know, I don't even watch the news anymore. I could care less because everything that's on there is just negative. You never see positive stories.
I mean, that's pretty much what the news is for, though. No, now in general, I mean, every
but it used to
turn
not
on,
be that way. It used to not be that way. I mean, I'm old. I'm in my 50s, and I can remember a time when it was a nice even balance. There's a lot of good going on in our communities that they're not giving information. They're just making people afraid of their environment, of people, you know, questioning. Like I told you before, if my daughter was going to that college, she would never have returned to Pullman or to Moscow. I mean, I would have sent her somewhere completely elsewhere. And I know something like that could happen there too, but for peace of mind, no way. I couldn't have done it.
So Sacred,
I gotta agree with you there.
What's your thoughts, Sacred? What's up? Oh, you ain't even got a chance to speak yet. What's
You
going
hear me?
on?
Oh, what's
Yeah,
going on, T-REV? How you doing, man? How you
I'm
guys
good.
doing?
How about you, man?
What's up there, Sacred?
Nothing much. Yeah, I mean, I just watched those videos. I think this is I think this is the only time we really seen him look really normal at all. He looked like how anyone would look. As far as the video where they raided his house, I thought they were actually gonna kick, like they made it seem like on the news like they kicked down his house at like 3 a.m. and they're like, yeah, we ran in there, we made sure he felt what the victims felt, and they made it seem like they kicked his door down at 2 a.m. But it seemed like it was kind of like, what was it, like a knock search?
Well, they busted the window.
Oh, they busted the window.
Yes.
Windows out of
Talking about in the apartment?
Yeah, I'm talking about the apartment.
The apartment. I thought you meant the parents' house. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. Oh, okay. So I think I'm confusing the two then. I think I'm confusing the two. But yeah, I mean, I think the video with the pullover was really nothing crazy. I do like the point. I don't know who brought that up earlier, but she brought up a point to where he looked pretty lax in in the video that he was pulled over at before before the murders happened. And the murder, after the murders, he got pulled over. He looked pretty stressed out. That was a pretty good point. I think that's pretty factual.
Well,
Did
thank you.
anybody else find it interesting that when they were banging on the apartment door, at that point they had already tracked him all the way to Pennsylvania and knew he wasn't home?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of sus.
Yeah, but
So
they really,
now I wonder if they were following protocol. But I mean, yeah, they knew at that point he was, that's his apartment. He's in custody. He's not home. That part I do agree with. Why did they do that? I definitely would like that. I would want to know if they're following protocol or did they really think maybe someone was in there?
I want to know why Blaker and the other officers from MPD don't have on body cams. When you watch them come up the steps, none of them are wearing body cams. It's only this female officer. So I don't think they're worried about protocol, because if they were worried about protocol, they'd have on their body cams.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it sucks. It's like
Didn't
not,
they say
not
they
all
turned them
officers
off?
wear their body cams. It sucks.
Well, what if they thought he had he could have had an accomplice or
So
something?
did they just didn't turn them on, or did they turn them off, or what?
No, if you go back and you rewatch the video, so the female officer has on her body cam, that's whose video we're looking at. It's her body cam. And when the other officers come up the steps, there's Blaker, there's another guy, there's Blaker and two other gentlemen. And one of them is Talbert, the guy who from ISP. And none of them have on body cams. You can see it when they come up the steps. They're just in plain clothes. They don't have on body cams.
I think they probably thought there might have been somebody else. If they knew he was arrested already, then there might have been somebody else in that apartment. And that's why they were banging on the door like that. And
that's what I was wondering too. Maybe they thought he had an accomplice.
He also had a house guest quite a bit, according to the neighbors, right?
They didn't bust down the door. They used the keys to get in both rooms. They used the key to get in the front door, and they used the key into the bedroom.
Well,
But
the question T-REV had, where he asked, would you lock your door? I mean, I would lock my door too. I'm like that. I would lock my door. I always would lock my door if I.
Well, from what I understand, what's stated in the probable cause affidavit is they had to obtain both keys from Washington State University because one of the rooms was actually locked by the college. He was only renting out the one room of a 2-bedroom. The other door was locked by the college, not him.
I thought that was his bedroom that was locked.
We also have to take into account that the college had just trespassed him. They didn't have to request those keys. The college was ready to get rid of him.
Well, he wasn't trespassed until the day he was arrested. It's the same day he was trespassed.
Right. Nobody.
He was trespassed the day that they searched his apartment.
Okay.
Right, which is the day he was arrested.
So he had no issue. So he had no issue coming on campus before he was a suspect or any searches happened.
Right.
Okay.
The keys. I mean, I get it. I've seen a lot of comments earlier this morning or when I woke up. I shouldn't say early this morning because I woke up later, but I opened up YouTube and started looking at comments just on YouTube, and a lot of people were like, "You need to check it out. In this body cam, he looks totally normal." I seen a few like he looks weird, but I mean the traffic stop in general, the one here, 10-14, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary at all in that.
Yeah, and I didn't see. To be honest with you, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary when he went to court.
But there's one interesting thing though right now that stands out to me that's very interesting is that it's like I don't know if the discovery is being hidden from them or there's because if you look at the documents, it's they want more discovery. So what did they hide? Did they hide something from the defense and they didn't get it to them, or what? I want to know that whole ordeal because something's I don't know. It just didn't sit right with me when I seen it.
I want to know where all the pictures are because they said they took 4,000 pictures and there's only been like 113 submitted.
Well, I think I was checking out that Ken Gaines, that detective. I think Unsolved No More. I think the name. I don't know what the fuck But he said something about that, about withholding evidence. They're not supposed to, but they do withhold evidence from the other side.
I think
As
they
long as
hold
they
it.
get
I
it
think.
to 'em.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, as long as they get it to them, I mean that's good. They need to they need to give them all of it. Give them everything that you have. Give them all the so they can properly set up their defense for him as everybody deserves, right? I
Yeah,
mean, you get
yeah.
handed all over.
Well, I'm kind of
Well,
curious. Is there a time frame for discovery? I guess maybe that's a Detective One question, or somebody that has a legal background.
Yes.
I mean,
you
is
know,
there? I mean, because not to. I don't mean to interrupt you. What I was going to say is because I've seen cases on like Court TV or whatever, and just sometimes discovery doesn't come into play till a little bit later, in right before the trial begins. Make all discoveries turned over. So I'm curious if there's a time frame that all discovery, unless the judge says all discovery must be turned over by this such and such date. I don't think that there is a time limit as long as it's before they go to pre-trial hearings and stuff.
I don't know about the time frame, but I remember watching the OJ trial, and I watched it religiously. See, we're not watching the trial here, so we're doing a lot of speculating. But when I watched the OJ trial, they didn't let a lot of the evidence in.
Right.
And I was like, well, why? Why aren't they letting that in? Or why aren't they letting that in? Why aren't they? I don't know. I don't know why.
Well,
the sooner
try
they
to keep
get
in try to keep in
because
mind
it was
too that we're talking about a case where the defense investigator is making some very large claims about exculpatory evidence existing, and they're not having it handed over to them. So that's a huge problem. It's going to be very problematic for the prosecution
But I
if
think
they are
the part of
withholding exculpatory evidence.
But I think if they don't know exactly what that exculpatory evidence is, or what, they could just be, is there something specific, or are they just reaching out in thin air saying,
Well, exculpatory evidence is evidence that
exculpatory is
exonerates.
only no.
One at a time.
Exculpatory evidence means
disrespect.
sorry, but honestly, the exculpatory evidence, the definition of exculpatory evidence is any evidence deemed relevant to the defense.
And also exonerates.
It doesn't mean that's
literally
the claim.
what it means.
That's
Regina.
the claim
All right,
of the
ladies,
defense.
hold on a second. You guys are going to start talking. You just got to we'll let one person talk at a time.
Okay. The very definition of exculpatory evidence is evidence that is deemed valuable to the defense, not the prosecution, the defense.
Rev, can you bring it up on the screen? Can we get the definition,
hold on
please,
just a second.
of exculpatory?
Please, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Inculpatory evidence is evidence that is deemed valuable to the prosecution. Now, here's the thing. Exculpatory evidence is just a claim by the defense team until it is validated by a judge.
Yes, that was
it has no bearing other than emotion.
All right. Now go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's bring it up. What up,
Can I say something?
Go ahead, brother.
Usually how it works, I'm not no lawyer or anything, but they're supposed to have a discovery before preliminary. That way they know everything that's in evidence, so they can subpoena witnesses and cross-examine and set up their for the trial. So they can't just bring in evidence like say they have a discovery, they have evidence. They can't just bring in evidence in the trial and say, oh, we found this, and kind of like a shock drop. They can't do that. That's why they have a discovery.
Yeah, you got to let the other
so
side
they have to
know
know what everybody has, and they can set up their defense in time to go over everything, and defense has time to do their thing and whatnot. So they can't. If they do find some evidence, I believe they have to have a like some type of meeting with the judge and see if he'll allow it admissible into the court after that preliminary. But normally it's before preliminary, so everything will be set up and know what they each have.
All right. Well, Detective John said the evidence is by the defense only. That's coming from Detective John. Johnny, we love you, pal.
Okay. Another thing, part of what's going on right here with the different motions for discovery is because there are being motions filed by the defense for the judge to allow evidence into the trial that is exculpatory, that hasn't been deemed exculpatory yet. They are having to file motion on top of motion after motion, because anytime a party, either the defense or the prosecution, submits a motion, that motion has to be gone through before they can get to the next phase of the process. So while there are discovery motions and stuff being made, until the judge has said yes, this is admissible or non-admissible, then they're going to have to keep filing discovery motions on the evidence that will be used in the trial, because now they have to go to another set of evidence to see if it is capable of being brought into the court. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. When did that? Does anybody know when that started? That request? I heard that there was 3 requests. Do you know when the first one came through? Has it been since they changed? I mean, since they put in that new date for the gag order? Because I'm just wondering if the defense is trying to, because they're going to appear in the court, trying to use that date as like leverage or something to try to get more information from the prosecution before the June date. Because if the judge hasn't set a date, I would think that the prosecution is still working on what they have, and then we'll turn it over once they, have it all, put written out or whatever in a report of what they have found and what they have. So I'm just thinking, when did that occur? Because it kind of seems like since we heard about them going to court in May, all of a sudden we're starting to hear about the defense wanting this evidence. So I'm just trying to see if maybe they're going hand in hand, and maybe that's just a way to try to maneuver their ability to get whatever current evidence.
Well, I know that in this case they're claiming exculpatory for him to be exonerated is the claims that, from as far as what I've gathered, they're claiming that they have enough to get him exonerated from. And that's exactly what it looks like to me, as far as the claims that the defense is making.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to come into play.
Bingo. T-REV. Bingo. Keyword claim. Keyword claim.
Yeah, no, I'm saying claims. And if they do have that, then and he's not the right guy, then we need to get this show on the road so we could get the right person. Then if they have, if that is a true fact and they have something that can have him exonerated that proves that he did not commit these crimes, then can we get to the right person? That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm all for the justice for these 4 victims. The way they died, the way that they were taken out this world is not right. It doesn't sit right with me. Every day I wake up, I say this on every stream. I think about this case.
Yep.
I won't be settled until I see the person that has done this rot in hell and get the time that they deserve. So if they have something to exonerate Bryan Kohberger that proves that he did not do this, I'm ready for that to come forward.
Right, exactly. Me too.
But here's the whole thing.
Get the guy that did do this. You got to get the guy that did do this, whether it's Brian or Joe Schmo or somebody. They got to get this motherfucker. They got to get him and tie him to the back of a car and drag him across the state. That's how I feel.
I'll put it to you like this: they have no eximubstantial evidence that Kohberger is innocent, or else they would have him before a judge already. All it means, exculpatory evidence, is the evidence that the defense is going to present at the trial, just like the prosecution is going to present all the inculpatory evidence.
Right.
Well, you know, in May,
Yeah.
none of that's going to be able to be. I mean, they're not going to talk about that probably at all. I mean,
No.
that's not what the May hearing is about. So that's still, we have another month, if not a month and a half, really. May. Yeah, about a month and a half before we even have his hearing, his original date. That's when all that's going to come into play, because this hearing is specifically for the gag order. That's my understanding. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I understood it to be.
What isn't there? What the preliminary hearing that was pushed back, right?
June 26th.
No, it's still the same date from what I've gathered. I mean, I don't know why there was claims that it was pushed back.
No, they just scheduled another date because of the desire for all this media and all. I don't know who else wants to look at the gag order to be lifted.
I do think it's important to remember too that what appears to be happening here with regards to the defense side of things is they have come into some kind of material in what discovery they've already gotten that they believe is exculpatory and would exonerate. That's not my claim. That's their claim.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that that kind of evidence would need to be turned over to the defense, and it would be evidence that the defense would present at preliminary. Mm-hmm. You're not going to, as a defense attorney, you are not going to hold on to evidence that you believe exonerates your client. You're going to present that at preliminary and ask for the charges to be dismissed.
Right. So that's going to be the end of June.
Right, but also you have to think about it. In the document filed by the defense, they had reason to believe that she might have testimony.
What was your question, Avion?
Oh no, they just touched on it. I was like, what is this evidence that's gonna exculpate or sculpate, whatever that word is? What is this evidence, and why haven't they brought it to the judge and got him out of jail? Like, I think this is all like a smoke and mirror. Because
it's a fishing expedition.
If they had if there was evidence out there that could prove that he could be so-called exonerated, they would have called a meeting for that judge, and they would have made them produce that evidence so they could clear him as a suspect and get the real suspect. So therefore, I think that's just all just a cartoon tactic. I don't believe there's no exculpatory evidence that's going to release him, or he'd have been out of jail.
I agree, because
why would you let him sit in jail and wait till the preliminary hearing? If he could be exonerated, they would be trying to get him out as soon as possible. Therefore, they could look for the person that is still on the street that did this. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Exactly. If you have a prosecution team who's withholding evidence, that's kind of a problem.
So why not get him out of there right away? He's innocent until proven guilty, right?
Not only that, but it's speculation at this point. It's speculation at this point.
Way too many talking at once. I might have to reduce the size in a minute. We talking way too much over each other.
Sorry, I didn't know I was talking over anyone. I was waiting. I'm sorry.
There was like 4 of y'all talking at once. We could do better.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry about that.
Nah, just if you know what I mean. Like I can't make out what one is saying if 4 are talking.
We have to really also look at the document itself that requests for the subpoena. The defense does not say that they have absolute information that says Bethany Funk's testimony will exonerate Bryan Kohberger. It says that she might. In other words, they don't know. But by legal terms, they're going to have to subpoena her if they want her to force them to talk. She done it voluntarily, but she didn't have to. Well, she would only have to if she was subpoenaed. Therefore, the only way they're going to be able to talk to her at all if she doesn't do the sit down like she did or whatever, They have to subpoena her to get her to talk. That's a fishing expedition. It doesn't mean that she has testimony that absolutely 100% can clear Bryan Kohberger. It means they want to know if she has information that can exonerate Bryan Kohberger. That's what that whole motion for a subpoena is about.
Well, has it?
Can I just add a clarifier for that?
Go ahead, Annie.
So Bethany did not volunteer to give any statements whatsoever. She was issued a subpoena, and her attorneys attempted to litigate their way out of the subpoena, and the motion to quash was denied, and the subpoena was granted. And that is when her attorneys agreed to an in-person meeting. So she didn't volunteer anything. And I just also wanted to state, too, it's going to be very difficult for his defense to have the evidence that they're looking for when you have a prosecution team who isn't handing it over the 3 times you've requested it.
Actually, the judge they didn't grant the subpoena until after she had agreed. It was actually in limbo still until like the day before yesterday. There had been no motion granted or dismissed by a judge.
The subpoena was granted when the motion to quash was denied.
No, there was no ruling made on it.
Oh boy.
All right, let's not get fired up.
No, T-REV. I kept going and looking for the judge's affirmation on the motion. There was none.
I'm sure
I need to see a receipt on that date. I need to see the receipt.
We know that she's going to be at that hearing on the 28th or be interviewed. Part of what that interview should be, in the what is June 28th, June 26th?
26.
From what I've seen, I know that they're gonna. It says specifically that she's being interviewed by then. So it's. I mean, that's what I've read.
It's a video. It's a video of some sort.
I know that I've seen that for a fact that she's being interviewed by them 100% by the June 26th or on June 26th. I don't know what date because we don't know all these things, but it's definitely going down.
Well, I have a question I just want to ask the panel and the chat room. Has anybody heard anything about Bethany possibly having a guest in her bed? And that be her alibi?
I think we've all heard that. Like I've heard so many different things, and that's one of them.
Well, I mean, if you're thinking about alibis, I was the only alibi I can see that Bryan's not involved in this is if he was laying in bed next to her, and that's the only thing I can think of.
Thank you, Sue.
But I hadn't heard anything from. I really had not seen that or heard anything about it, whether or not she had somebody in the bed with her. And that was what her alleged alibi is for, not being involved and not hearing what was going on or whatever.
Right. Let's see. Hold up. Let me pull this up because Sleuthie sent me a document, and it's important that I pull it up and show it so we get everything. We kind of want to stick to the facts, and we speculate here and there, but here it is right here. Let me pull it up. Got it here. Open. Now this. Sleuthie sent. Order quashing subpoena. So here it is. I'm putting it up on the screen. Present. Okay, here we go. Document sent by Sleuthie. Now this is the order quashing subpoena. Right here. So she's, thank you, Sleuthie, for sending that. I appreciate it. I don't know. Can you guys see that?
I see it.
Sleuthie said that she goes, she's incorrect again. I'm just, she's sticking to the facts, and I get it. I appreciate you sending me that document. It clears that up. So The order quashing subpoena is the document right here, quashing. Are we there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, she said there is an order to quash. She is incorrect again. Wrong. Please, the actual facts.
Oh, sorry, Sleuthy. Did I get it wrong? My bad.
Oh, dang.
Order
I don't
to
know if Sleuthy means me or Regina. I could have sworn that the motion to quash was denied. And then when she
No, it
agreed
was
to the
approved.
in-person interview
It was
is when they
approved.
did away with the subpoena. And she was no longer being subpoenaed because she agreed to the interview.
Motion to quash approved.
Let's see. Motion.
Right. Motion to quash approved. Right.
Which
no,
means it was
they
quashed.
agreed to it.
Okay, but
No, they
we
quashed
can respect
it.
each other. We can respect each other. Come on. We can respect each other. Sleuthy, I appreciate it. Appreciate you
Hey,
sending
if I got it wrong, my bad. Sorry. Wasn't on purpose.
Hey, I get stuff wrong, so I mean, come on. Ain't nobody. How come Sleuthy doesn't come up on panel? Sorry if I spelled. Sleuthy is more than welcome to come up on panel. Anybody who wants to come up on panel and speak, you're more than welcome to hit the link. It's up top. You're more than welcome to join. I don't
Come on
care if
up,
it's Jesus.
Sleuthy. Come on up.
Oh my God, come on, ladies. Yeah, I know you. Even if you don't like each other, at least have some respect. I get it. I mean, everybody's passionate about this case. I know I wake up every day and think about it. So I mean,
I'm not gloating. I don't think I'm being disrespectful, but I was cut off and argued with on a point that I was correct about.
Annie, she's not talking about you either. Sleuthy's not. She's talking to Regina.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit,
It was
Regina. Just like you said to me.
She's talking about Regina. I like to see the names on the pan. Are you like to see the names? There's their names right across the screen right there. We got Avion, Regina, Donna, Palmer, P.S. I love you. Papa Sal in the building. I think we lost Sacred, but he's back. What's up, Sacred?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, timed out.
Thanks for sending that document again. Based on stipulation saying she will speak with the investigator. If she doesn't meet with the investigator, she will be subpoenaed. So there we go. Respect, find out what it means to me.
Hey, is Detective John up here or no? Did he
Hey,
come on?
Yeah,
Nancy D. I'll apologize. I'll apologize for doing it to her. Hey, Annie, I'm sorry I was wrong. But let's see if she does it back, Nancy. No,
Regina,
people are ramming me in chat, man. That's ridiculous.
You guys can show love to each other. It's
No.
I know you
Listen,
both are
I'm just
very
saying,
passionate.
Regina, you get so heated about stuff, and there's no reason to. If I say something incorrect, it's not on purpose, and it's all good. I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue.
Right.
I know everybody's got their own points,
Right.
But listen, off topic. I really wish Detective John would jump up because I want to know what he thinks about the fact that this police officer who stopped him had this vehicle come back as a different year and a different model vehicle and didn't say a word about it. It's so strange.
Yeah, Detective John, I'd love for you to come up and have that discussion. I'd love for it. Detective John, come on up. Where you at?
Like imagine you T-REV, right? You're driving down the street and the registration that you give to the cop who pulls you over doesn't match the car when she calls it in. It, makes me wonder, like, did he have another car and gave her the wrong registration?
Well, he would have gave him a ticket. He would have beat the ticket. But she didn't give him a ticket. She let him go. She let him go with a warning. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, usually if you get pulled over, you get stopped and your registration doesn't match the vehicle you're driving.
Right. Then when you go to court, you're going to get thrown out. You won't have to pay the fine.
No, that's not what I mean, Sal. So what I mean is that when he got pulled over, right, he's driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra. Okay.
Right.
The vehicle, when she runs it, he gives her the registration, and when she runs it, it comes back as a 2005 Hyundai Sonata. A 2005 Hyundai Sonata. And
Yeah,
she's like, oh, it's supposed to be an Elantra. And the dispatch lady says, oh, my bad, it just says sedan. But either way, it's still coming back as an 05 vehicle. And his vehicle is a 2015, and she didn't say nothing about it.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
Let's run it back and listen to it. I think we should listen to it, man. I definitely want to hear Detective John's opinion. He said he's running the dogs in the golf cart. He'll be on here shortly, so he'll be coming up.
To be honest with you, when I watched that video, I was more focused on him and how he was talking and how he was looking. I really wasn't focusing on the background of the, walkie-talkies or the fucking.
Same here.
Oh no, I was listening for sure. I was listening for sure as to what was coming in on the car.
Let's play it real quick and listen to it. I see Sleuthy's back here too. What up, Sleuthy?
Sleuthy, how you doing?
I know she's in here now. I'll play this real quick and then we can go over it.
And then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you're on the red light. I think you don't.
What part? Hold on, isn't it when she's in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, it's when she's actually running the registration.
Running his registration. Yep.
Let's get to that.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right. Sierra 331, code 4 driver. Last of Kohberger, King, Ocean, Henry, Boy, Edward, Robert, George, Edward, Robert. First of Bryan, Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora. Middle C, Charles, date of birth 112194, Mount Washington. Go ahead.
Genesis license through Washington 11 South 27. The vehicle is valid on a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
What'd she say? Hyundai
Copy, it
Sonata?
should be an Elantra.
Elantra.
Who said Elantra?
I heard Hyundai Sonata. Right there. Hold on, run it back. Yeah.
Be an Elantra.
Sonata. The vehicle is valid on a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
Sonata.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Hyundai
there's
Sonata.
keep going a little bit.
It should be an Elantra.
Copy, it should be an Elantra.
Copy, it might be. It actually says sedan. That's my bad.
My bad. She said just says sedan. My bad.
Who said that?
On
The dispatcher.
The radio. The dispatcher.
Dispatcher did.
No. Who said my bed?
The dispatcher.
Oh.
568889 Idaho. Stadium and Q parking lot. 1638.
Yeah, but then she verifies it was my bad from dispatch.
Maybe it was like SDN and she read it like SON, thinking it's like Sonata abbreviated.
The dispatcher was
Right,
like, my bad.
It still came back as a 2005.
Yeah, that's another issue.
The dispatcher misspoke, confused the word Sonata with sedan. Dispatch was incorrect. All right, I see Sleuthy's up here now. What's up, Sleuthy?
Hey, before we get too far away from from it, Annie, I wasn't talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks for clarifying. Sorry, I thought I got it totally wrong.
It's what they did. It's so they put it in, and the judge accepted the subpoena. And then what happened was the motion to quash came through, and they made that agreement, which is the stipulation that we saw, where they basically say, in order to not be subpoenaed, she's going to meet with us. Her and her lawyer is going to meet with us and talk to us. But if she doesn't meet with them as they agreed to do, then they will resubmit the subpoena. She will have to go testify. So like, it's not like I mean, it was quashed, but it would have probably been anyway. It's just a matter of like, right now we won't refile another motion for another subpoena because you said you'd talk to us. Now, if they
Right.
talk to her and they find out she has information, by God, she'll be at that hearing.
Right. Gotcha. Thanks for
And
clarifying.
then,
Sorry if I got that wrong.
yeah, other part that I just wanted to
But
clear up real
also,
quick that
how
we were
does that
talking
make
about
me
was
completely wrong?
Hold up. She's talking. She's breaking it down. Let's hear it. What were you saying,
Okay.
Sleuthy?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
the other part was that's okay. Can you hear me?
I can now. I turned my volume up.
Okay. Okay. The subpoena that originally went through, the one that the affidavit that the investigator filled out. So there's two things. There's a certificate from the judge, from Judge Marshall, that says that Bethany may be a material witness. And then if you go to his sworn affidavit, the investigators, he specifically says that portions of information Miss Funk has is exculpatory to the defendant. So
they're not using the word may be exculpatory. They're saying it
no,
is exculpatory.
correct. And the judge is saying that she may be material. And that's basically just a certificate that they put out that says, I'm acknowledging that this investigator is saying that she has exculpatory evidence or exculpatory information. He has sworn to me that he has, but obviously until she were to meet and hear her testify, she wouldn't 100% behind it that it is. You know what I mean? That's the ruling that needs to be made.
Why? Okay. And now maybe, hey,
Soon
while
be a
you're
brat,
on
you can take a
here,
nap.
hey, while you're on here, because I know you probably have all these documents right there on hand. Do you happen to know exactly how long it took for the judge in this case to fact check the probable cause affidavit that was submitted?
I don't think they ever have. And that's the truth. I don't see anywhere where they would have. I think that that's something that's going to come up in the preliminary hearing, because, and how I know that these judges are signing off on these affidavits that are not fact checked is the fact that one went to the same person. Brett Payne wrote 2 affidavits. What's your thing? Where's your thing? What thing?
My drink.
Your drink. Is that Brett Payne wrote 2 affidavits. One that went to Idaho for the arrest. Got it? And one that went to Pennsylvania for a search warrant. And in both of those, he put that phone was pinging in Johnson, Idaho. And then you have Blaker, who put in an affidavit for a different judge in Washington, who put that he was pinging in Johnson, Washington. They're very far apart, hours and hours and hours and hours. So if anybody was like fact checking the information, such as the pings inside the probable cause affidavit, I think that would have come up and it would have been corrected elsewhere. They put a lot of they give a lot of credibility to an officer that's swearing by the data that they're putting inside these, if that makes sense.
Right.
She didn't sit there with a map and draw out all the pings and look at the photos. She wasn't like, I see.
You're breaking up.
how they did see the pictures of the. What about now?
Nah, you're still breaking up. I don't trust pain at all. QK. What up, Detective John? I see you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Detective John.
Hey, I'm not up to speed, everyone. So just so you know, I'm probably a little ignorant so far because I just came home, turned it on, took the dogs for a run. I don't know what's happened, so sorry. Just kind of listening, but I will hit on the subpoena portion for the exculpatory evidence and the witness. No judge in a high profile case like this is going to deny the defense a witness. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now, I don't care what anyone says. If the defense wants a witness that is purported to be exculpatory in any way, the defense is not going to deny it. It's not going to get quashed, especially in a case like this. Would never happen. Just the judge has nothing to lose by allowing this witness to come and be, subpoenaed. If that makes sense.
No problem, Sleuthie.
That makes perfect sense. Can I ask you a quick question, because I got to jump off soon anyway, but I would love to hear your take. Did you ever do like actual traffic stops?
I did a plethora of traffic stops.
Okay. So you maybe have missed it if you weren't on. I know you said you're just getting caught up, but in this new body cam that they released of Bryan being pulled over, when the officer runs his registration and his license, the vehicle comes back as a 2005, what dispatch calls a Sonata. Then the officer corrects her and says it's supposed to be an Elantra. And then she says, my bad, sedan. And I'm wondering, would you have, so if you're running a registration or a plate on a vehicle and it comes back to where it doesn't match the year and possibly the model of the vehicle, would you have questions for the driver?
Well, let me kind of back up there because I was listening a little bit to this. There's an explanation. I don't know where this was. Was it in Moscow? Was it in Washington? I don't know where it was, but counties usually will take over dispatch. So all the smaller municipalities that don't want to have the cost associated with having their own dispatching center will piggyback on to the largest county. So that county not only handles the rural areas in the county, like we have Volusia County here. So they handle not only Volusia County, but they also handle Port Orange, Daytona, South Daytona, all of your surrounding cities. Now, years ago, all of those smaller cities had, for the most part, had their own dispatch. So they through their kind of liaison and hooking on with the county now to save cost. And it's also kind of a mutual aid thing. So if something big does occur, you're on the same channel with dispatch, as everyone can call central. So if that makes sense.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, would you find it super questionable that someone's giving you a registration?
I would, but the reason
that
why
doesn't match.
The reason why I'm telling you that, I heard the dispatcher say my bad. Now there could be multiple reasons, because she's handling so many other officers with so many other tags being run and traffic stops. She may have simply just got confused as to who she was talking to and read the wrong teletype information to the officer. And also a Hyundai there is a Hyundai Sonata, there's a Hyundai Elantra. They're often confused. I mean, people often say the wrong names. So yes.
So you don't think it's weird that she got the year wrong? You don't think it's weird that the year came back?
I think she just made a mistake, and I think she owned it, didn't she? Didn't she say my bad, that she basically read the wrong one?
Because, well, no, she just said, she said, my bad, it says sedan, but she didn't correct the year. She still kept the year as a 2005.
Well, that officer should, I haven't seen is it a video traffic stop? Are we watching this? Because the officer will have that right in front of them too. or her,
Right.
whoever it is. It'll come up, usually through their, their computer in the car. So they
It
can
made me
usually run
think that
that.
maybe he has two vehicles and gave her the wrong registration for the vehicle he was driving.
He could, and some states that's an arrestable offense, attaching a tag not assigned. But most of the time, they're not arresting for that anymore. They give you a mandatory court appearance, and they will tow the car and seize the tag. But it's a misdemeanor. I mean, but you can be arrested for it in a lot of states.
Right, but they would definitely usually tow the car, right?
Yeah, obviously it was cleared up, or he would have, you would have seen that on the traffic stop. So the officer obviously probably looked at her screen and realized that, it wasn't attaching tag not assigned.
Awesome. Well, thanks for answering my question. Appreciate it.
Well, I'd just like to, to clarify why a dispatcher might make a mistake like that. It happens often when they're just overwhelmed, because it's one dispatching entity handling multiple, police officers' calls through multiple, cities. Does that make
Hey,
sense?
T-REV,
What's up?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
On that subpoena where that was granted, wasn't that the judge in Idaho that granted the subpoena be served to Nevada? And the Nevada judge was the one that ended up actually quashing it?
It's a great question that I don't know.
Can you pull it up and let's look at it?
Hold on, let me pull him back up. All right, hold up. Let's see. Let me pull it back up.
Because subpoenas that are out of state have to go through two different judges to be granted. There's the state issuing the subpoena to the state that the person is in before another magistrate.
I heard you over there getting your research on. I got my Google degree too. I got my Google degree. All right. So what was the question you asked again?
Was it a California judge or an Idaho judge that signed off on the subpoena to be ordered?
Mm-hmm.
And was it the Nevada judge that quashed it? Because a subpoena where the person being subpoenaed is across state lines, the subpoena is issued in the state of Idaho if it's the defense that wants her in Idaho. But that subpoena has to go through another judge out of state and be granted.
And
so
most judges, I don't mean to interrupt, but most judges will grant it out of professional courtesy. There's not, she can try and fight it, but it's moot, because I'll tell you, they're not gonna deny the defense's motion to subpoena this girl for them. It's not going to happen.
Right. That's not the point I'm getting at.
Regina, I think what you mean is the subpoena itself. Was it granted initially? Is that what you mean?
It was granted in Idaho, but not Nevada. It was actually basically appealed in Nevada by her attorney.
Well, it was appealed after it was granted. Right. It was appealed after it was granted. That's what the motion to quash was. They were trying to quash the subpoena.
But did the Nevada judge ever sign off on the subpoena, or was it just the Idaho judge issuing the subpoena that signed off to send it to Nevada?
Idaho judge certificate. It was granted by Nevada judge using the accompanying affidavit.
Right. Both judges agreed. Both judges granted the subpoena, Idaho and Nevada. Then the motion to quash was filed. The motion to quash was then denied.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah. The subpoena was granted by both judges. The motion to quash was filed by her attorneys because they wanted to litigate their way out of her subpoena. Do you see what I'm saying? And the motion to quash was denied. So initially, even though her attorneys wanted to quash that subpoena, that motion to quash was not granted initially. It was denied. And then after it was denied, that is when both sides, her attorneys, and then the defense came to the agreement that she would do this in-person meeting, and then they quashed the subpoena together, but also put her on notice that even she can still be subpoenaed. This this quash that they agree to is based upon her interview with the defense. So, like, for example, if she becomes hostile, does not want to, at that point they can subpoena her again, and they can do that before preliminary to get statements and testimony from her.
Here's what the
Okay,
defense
the reason I'm asking is because I looked for these documents and had someone else even look for these documents to fit, and ended up not being able to find a response from the judge in Nevada. So
I'm pretty sure Sloopy's got like a whole Dropbox type thing with all the documents right in it for everybody to view. If I remember correctly, it's on her Twitter, but you can ask her. She's got all that stuff.
It's done already. We know the answer to it. We know the answer.
No,
to that.
I didn't know. That's what I was curious about. I didn't know. I never got the results I was looking for.
It's there. It's there. They signed
Thank
off.
you.
Both of them agreed and they signed off.
Let me interject here. Here's what the defense is hoping. The defense is hoping that she becomes hostile and she refuses to come, even though she's compelled to come via subpoena. So, what does that open the door to? That opens the door to questions to a jury. Okay, this girl's not gonna, supposedly there's exculpatory evidence that is going to change the dynamic of this entire case, and yet we've got a girl that's got this information and she's hostile and she's refusing to testify. So what is that going to do? That's going to cast doubt in a juror's eyes, and you only need one. Remember, people, you only need one. You only need one Kim on a jury pool.
Well, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that she is hostile. I was just giving the example.
I know you're not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying hypothetically, this is what the defense is hoping for. So this is just a game that they're playing, and on all circles. No matter what they.
Bing bong. Detective John, you have removed your mic. You muted yourself too. You're good though. You're on now, but you're muted. You're muted. Yeah, we call it detective ear. How do you know that, Senator? Just because she was subpoenaed, it doesn't mean that.
Hey, T-REV.
What's up?
I gotta jump off because I'm heading to work. But listen, I hope your doggy is doing great. And
I lost you there.
Hello.
I can hear you now.
I just wanted to say I gotta hop off. Thanks for having me on. And I hope that your doggy, I hope your dog feels better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Surgery Thursday.
All right. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody.
To you too. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you.
Bye.
Okay, here we go. All right.
I mean, I would like to hear the defense. I want to hear what the defense has.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
If she really doesn't want to testify or give that interview, isn't it just like a $500 fine?
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to. Maybe Detective John does.
I thought it said like a $500 fine or like 20 days in jail. So I just thought like if she was really terrified or didn't want to be involved or whatever, like, and she chose to go that route and just take the penalty, does that just take it off the table forever? Like she's kind of paid her consequence and she doesn't have to talk?
Yeah, it was $500 or time in jail. I think 25 days in jail, something like that.
Hey guys, sorry, I had to take that call. You probably saw my ear. I apologize.
Yeah, it was Detective Ear for a minute.
Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good.
What was the question? Was that a question for me?
Yeah, hi, Detective John. I just wanted to ask you. I believe, and Papa Sal kind of co-signed this. I believe if she opted to not testify or to renege on her agreement to have that sit down with the defense, her penalty would be either 20 or 25 days in jail and or a $500 fine. So I was asking if she chose to go that route and not testify and take either the jail time or the fine. Is that it for her? She's done. She's paid her consequence and she's no longer obligated to offer any testimony.
She can get on the stand and plead the fifth. She can do anything she wants. This is America. She does not have to testify. They can throw her and they can try to sanction her in many ways, but I don't see a judge actually doing that, because unless this evidence that the defense is purporting to be such exculpatory evidence that it's going to clear their defendant, and the judge actually believes that, he would sanction her pretty hard. But here's the problem I have with this exculpatory evidence theory. If this evidence was so exculpatory, as we talked about the other day, if I'm the defense, I am filing for an emergency hearing to get before the judge and get my client out of jail, get him out on bond. If it's that big of a deal, then why haven't they motioned for an emergency hearing? This is how it works, everyone. If that's not happening, then it's obviously not that exculpatory, or that would already be happening. And that would have happened as soon as this hit the press. It would have already been in motion. This is the defense putting it out to the media so we can all talk about it like we are. What is it? What is this exculpatory evidence? That's why I wanted to define exculpatory the other day. I had, asked T-REV to pull it up so we could all read it, so everyone understood what it actually meant. It's every piece.
You must be getting a call again. It's every piece. I heard nothing after piece.
Yeah, I think he's gone after
I said
that.
the same exact thing earlier.
Whether it is or not. But if it were, there would be a hearing. There would be a motion for a hearing already.
Exactly.
And it would be on the docket, and they would have it in the works, and we would be hearing about it. So it's not that compelling, in my opinion.
Exigental circumstances works on both sides of the law. Works on both sides of the law.
Extenuating and exigent.
Yes. So it works for both parties.
Right. But the defense has nothing to lose, and they're doing their job. And we can all get frustrated about it and say it's ridiculous, but that's just the way it is.
What's that noise?
What is that noise?
What is that noise? Is that a vacuum cleaner?
I don't know.
I'm muted.
Sounds like somebody
I was muted. It wasn't me.
That's Papa Sal vacuuming.
Is it me?
Maybe not.
Are you vacuuming?
No.
Yeah, boy, that thing was crazy.
No, I was just dusting a little bit, but I wasn't vacuuming.
With the motor.
What were you vacuuming? I mean, what were you dusting with? A vacuum cleaner?
Only kidding, guys. Only kidding.
Sal, were you taking a dump and you dropped the phone in the toilet, didn't you?
Johnny,
oh my gosh,
if I did that, Johnny, my phone wouldn't be working at all. I'm lucky I've been on this long. How you feeling, Johnny? You were sick the other day. How you feeling?
Oh my goodness.
Are you doing all right?
Feeling better. My daughter brought a cold into the house. Yeah, I'm better.
Okay.
Vitamin C, setting a sauna.
Okay, good.
Thank you. So what did I miss, T-REV? Was there some video drop?
Yeah,
all right. Was there more video? Was there a search warrant or something?
Yeah, the video dropped from his apartment. So like partial pieces of it, they redacted a lot of it. So I mean, he had his bedroom door was locked inside of his house. You know what I mean? So like I guess his bedroom door was locked, and then a cop was one of the cops that was in the search warrant, he said on body cam, damn, I wasn't, or something to the circumstance of, damn, I wasn't expecting that. And that, you know, that's all you hear or see or anything like that.
So they actually, the entry team was videotaping the search warrant, and it was released, is what you're saying?
Part of it, like not even, I wouldn't even say it had to be like a small segment, but it wasn't barely anything in it besides you can hear them talking about a few things. But you know, damn, I wasn't expecting that could mean something so small to something big. I mean, who knows what he meant by that.
So once they gained entry, he said that
it looked like they were staying. I mean, I could bring it up real quick just so you could see, get a look at it for yourself.
I'm just wondering if they walked in and the K-bar knife was sitting right there in plain view.
I'll pull it up for you real quick. That way you can say what you feel about it. I just don't, like I said, for me, I think it could be something so small to something that's big. I have no idea. Just, you know, you'll see. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Where's this bad boy at? Watch history.
Shout out to Rev Gang. We was speculating on some stuff it might be last night.
Yeah, I mean, I was speculating on tons of things. I don't know what the hell it could be, but here it is right here. Hold on, let me pull the sound up so we can get to it. Why are they showing me this? Okay, here it is. So you can listen to this for yourself.
Anyone
What's up, Sacred?
You about to play something?
Yeah, I'm about to play this real quick so Detective John can hear what I'm talking about. So this is it right here. This is when they go in. Here it is.
Yeah. Police department search warrant. Come to the door. Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Good. One more.
Police department search warrant. Come to the door.
Open the door and do an announcement.
Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself.
Flashlight.
All right, so here's what's fascinating. They go in with all of their body cams, and when they sent us the video after a Freedom of Information request, guess what? I know you already know what I'm about to say. They actually redacted it. They turned most of that searching inside the apartment, all of it, in fact, into black video with no audio at all. So we cannot see inside the apartment. But remember this video? This was exclusive for News Nation. We were standing outside the apartment as they were hauling all the goods out. All of the evidence that they removed from Bryan Kohberger's apartment, this was what it looked like right after they had executed that warrant. There is one thing, though, that they did not redact that I want to play for you right now, and it is so telling. It is a detail that, once again, sent shivers down my spine. They talk about when they were in the apartment, one of the doors inside the apartment is locked. Can you guess which one? Let's roll the tape so you can hear it for yourself.
Talbot. The bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
Yeah. You need anything?
No. Thank you, guys.
Just the one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on.
Later today, we're going to...
I'll talk later. Yeah.
I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. And we can turn them all on. Very sparse. Fancy computer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That I wasn't expecting. That's now he's going to be all over that.
Right there.
Go
What did he
go
say?
go back to that part there. I don't want to hear what he said. I just want to see what he.
That I wasn't expecting. Now her that's not her. I'm sorry, third officer. That I wasn't expecting. That's now he's gonna be all over that.
Now he's going to be all over that.
Okay, his DNA is going to be all over the K-bar knife that they found. That's what he's saying.
Oh my God! Damn.
I mean,
in my opinion, because
I don't know
remember,
what I have no idea what he was talking about, but
remember the number one item listed. Remember, I caught this right away. That is vaguely described.
A knife.
One knife.
Right.
Where everything else has a great description. So when you write this warrant,
it's interesting.
Knife was from
knife is the
Washington, or
number
knife
one
was from
thing.
his parents?
The murder weapon is going to be the number one thing found.
Mhm.
I thought the knife was recovered from his apartment. Was it or not?
I thought it was from his parents, but I could be wrong. There's been a lot of paperwork.
I'm gonna ask a question. Why would they knock him when they know he's in custody?
Well, because the no knock law is very hard to get nowadays. So no matter what, you have to do usually a 3 and an out. You know, a no knock law would be okay if they knew he was there, he's armed and dangerous, and they're acting on an element of surprise. So it's very hard to get a no knock nowadays because of what you've seen in the media. People are getting shot, you know, all this stuff's happening. So, and people are claiming, oh, I was defending myself. You know, I didn't know, they woke me up, so I shot them. So getting a no knock, you can still get them, but they're very hard to get. They used to be very easy to get. Usually every dope case that I ever did, I got a no knock, but they're not as easy to get.
Johnny, I thought the knife was in PA. I thought that was part of the black clothes and everything. No?
I'm right, correct?
Was the knife in PA? Yeah, I thought the knife was in PA.
Yeah, I
No,
definitely
no,
thought
the
it
knife
was
was
PA.
was a knife in PA, the one
Yes.
knife, or was that the apartment?
That was
Where's
one
Sleuthy?
knife.
That was Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure about that. Go back and look if somebody could at the property and evidence retrieval page from the search warrant in Washington.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in Pennsylvania for sure. But
Yeah.
I'll pull it. Let's see. And I have all the documents on my computer. I need to
I don't
send.
remember. It's been so long now. I just remember that being pretty compelling when I saw it, that they didn't describe anything about the knife other than one knife. So my point is, when they typically do that, if they've got the murder weapon in hand, they won't go into great description there. They'll do a supplemental when they send it off to the lab for DNA processing, and then there'll be much more description on that.
Yeah, that was when they found the two guns too, Johnny. That was over the parents' house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
Either way, I mean, there's something that they found, because I'm thinking that he's going to be all over that. What's he going to be? I mean, they're obviously referring to him, and I think they're referring to DNA.
They were talking about a computer, like a fancy computer. I wonder if there was like something on, on screen or.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was the tower, the computer.
Oh, I didn't see any of that. I couldn't see the video because I'm outside. I just heard. That's why I just wanted to read what he said.
Yeah, that was in PA, 100%.
The knife was in PA?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I only saw the clip for like 2 seconds when we just watched it now, but it almost looked like they were like surprised by how fancy the computer was.
He's a gamer.
Makes you wonder if there was something sus on that, like, was visible.
He's a gamer. If anybody knows anything about gamers, they're building these towers that are absolutely amazing. and they have so much, capacity. I mean, they can do about anything. I'm sure T-REV's probably got one.
What? Yeah, of course. Right here. Right there.
That's pretty dope.
My son.
My husband can take your one gaming computer and set up a virtual computer on your gaming computer and turn it into 2 awesome gaming computers.
Right.
Sure. This
And
one's
I'm sure Kohberger was pretty versed in tech.
So okay, we got Sleuthie on panel.
I sent T-REV my husband's credentials.
Yeah, I have to check them out. I think you said you DM'd them on Discord. I'll definitely check them and keep them. Sleuthie, what were you talking about in chat? You said you got something for us. Everybody's like, spill the beans.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that because we were talking about the different search warrants and the knife. So, do you want me to pull that up before we go to the new stuff?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm here for.
I have it pulled up. You want me to share?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, I just want to make something clear. The girl that comes in and dusts my house, she does it twice a week, and she's a nice little French girl, and she's got the short skirt, high heels, and she comes in and she does her thing. Make it clear.
Good for you. You live in a fucking mansion in West Virginia or what?
No, I just live in a room.
I can see that.
You sound
Papa.
like a New York guy, not a West Virginia guy.
I know where Papa Sal is now. He is from New York. Let's make that clear. He just I know he's in West Virginia now. That's why I said, damn, you got a mansion over there in West Virginia?
I know that New York accent.
There's a lot of people here from New York. Believe it or not, I think they went out of the city maybe.
Hey Sal, what kind of cleaning is she doing with heels on?
Oh, you gotta see. She's great. She goes all over the place.
I know her feet hurt.
She makes my bed and everything. She's fantastic.
Wow, that's amazing.
I call her Fifi.
Mm-hmm.
I think Papa Sal would have made a great addition to Goodfellas.
I want to be Detective John's partner. Detective John, let me be a partner.
Let's go. Bring it. Don't sing it.
Let's do it, buddy.
Spill the tea.
Sal should have been Serpico.
Nice to see you, Marlena.
Okay, so I haven't even tweeted about that yet, but I will. So there's a new document, and this one is a motion to compel discovery. So Bryan Kohberger and his attorney put in a motion to the judge to have her force them to turn over what they've asked for. This here says, apply with defendant's first supplemental request for discovery and second supplemental request for discovery. So, and they have until March 24th. Is what they haven't gotten yet. The first supplemental request for discovery was all body cam and dash cam footage from officers involved in the search and arrest of Bryan Kohberger in Pennsylvania. As of May 4th, they still hadn't received that. All lab testing, including photographs and color diagrams and bench notes, including but not limited to copies of lab reports detailing the forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered at Bryan Kohberger's parents' home, trash cans and other receptacles, and Bryan Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra. As of May 4th, they still have not gotten that.
Well, let me address that.
Including
Hold on. Let her read it all.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All lab testing, including photographs and colored diagrams and bench notes by ISP and FBI forensics labs. All notes, recordings from all officers from Moscow Police Department. All police reports, audio, video evidence, and any recorded statements related to Bryan Kohberger's arrest and incarceration in Pennsylvania. all reports, notes, recordings, and photos. It said this one actually says this is request number 161. All reports, notes, recordings, and photos. As of May 4th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested materials. On information and belief, counsel believes these materials evidence. Mr. Kohberger's requests an order for the state to disclose the following items: training records of specific officers, which they didn't detail here because if you guys remember correctly, first and second supplemental requests for discovery were sealed. They were filed under seal. And it seems that what they're saying is, well, no, what they're saying is that they still haven't gotten any of that for me. That after the whole Brady disclosure,
You're breaking up, Sleuthy.
Let me tell you the exact date.
Yeah,
You gotta be kidding.
I'm only catching like every other word. Is it?
Yeah. For a minute, like that last little quarter bit, you were breaking up.
So, is that back on March 29th, which was a while ago, the state said that they had complied with the first and second supplemental request for discovery. This was after they supposedly provided everything about the Brady stuff. So what the state is saying now is you said that you gave us everything, but we're still waiting for you to give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things, but they include other things inside there. So they're still waiting on body camera footage, forensics results, all that kind of stuff. He was arrested.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. When I first started the stream, that's exactly what I was talking about because I seen the documents that said, they're still waiting for discovery, and I was going through it, and those were what you're naming right now is what I seen.
All right. Would you like for me to address that?
You're good. Go ahead.
Remember, this is war. This is war between the defense and the prosecution. Neither is going to bend and just yield and give evidence right away. So is there a deadline that they're requesting this be given by?
So they did, and they've already passed that deadline, and they still haven't provided it. So now the new deadline is March 24th, and what they say at the end of the document is that they're also requesting that this motion be set for hearing in order to present oral argument. So they'll argue. This is a motion to ask the judge to meet with them so they can argue about the fact that they haven't provided all of this information yet.
But they got everything.
And while I do agree with you, correct. That's the problem is that they filed way back March 6th or whatever I said.
The judge is going to say either provide it and the prosecution is going to fight for more time because they're going to need time to review it all themselves because there's some things that may need to be redacted. There's some, for obvious reasons, but there's also, the fact that they have to gather all this stuff. It's not easy to get this stuff very quickly. I mean, it's a game. Like I said, if they have a deadline, they'll drag it right out to the deadline and the defense would do the same thing.
But see, in that document,
part of the game.
In the document that you just read, they complied. They got everything to them by that date. Then they requested more.
Right.
So it wasn't like they didn't comply. They complied to everything they asked for. But once they got what they asked for, they wanted extra, information. That's how
they're gonna want all the credentials for everyone involved in this case. Every person that walked into that crime scene that retrieved evidence, they want personnel files, they want all training, they want every single piece of documentation that they can possibly get or not get, if you follow me, on everyone involved in that. So that's going to take some time. I mean, that's not something that can just happen in a couple weeks. It's going to take time.
Well, the
You
one
know,
thing.
some of these officers may have
What I'm
careers that are 30
Hold up.
years.
What are you saying, Salute? Because I know you're trying to get to a point.
what I'm saying is, back in January, the defense filed a supplement after they were given their original discovery stuff. They filed a second supplemental request for discovery. Then again in February, they filed a second supplement. Like there's two different supplemental requests for discovery. On March 29th, which is 5 days after the deadline that the state was given, and after they just filed the Brady motion with the state then put in a response saying the state incorporates the request for discovery and this first has and will continue to provide discovery. It's fully set forth at this point. This was back on March 29th. They didn't ask for any additional information. They're asking for the stuff that was in their first and second supplemental requests for discovery, which the state has said has been completely turned over to them. We're now past, so March 24th, all the way to now May the 5th, they've gone through what they were given, and they're saying, we're still missing all the body cam and dash cam footage. We're missing the reports for the forensic evidence, blah, 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 blah. Now we need to go to the judge because we've already asked you for this, and you've already told us that you've given it to us, but we're telling you we don't have it, so now we have to get the judge to force you to give it to us. That's what this is. That's what the motion to compel is.
Right. Motion to compel. So yeah, exactly. And what they're hoping for is there's missing footage. So then what do you bring up in court? Where's this footage? Did it have something to hide? Are they covering something up? So it's all the game to try to sway a juror. And that's all they need to do is convince a juror. That's it. This is not anything that's, earth shattering. This is just common stuff that happens in every case, especially a homicide case.
So discovery is them having to compel a judge to hand over information is not always the case. And in fact, some states have open discovery, meaning we don't want to fool around with you putting in these requests and us having to figure out if what we have is it has to be sent or doesn't have to be sent or is exculpatory or isn't, or might be a Brady issue or might not be. So we're just going to give you the whole file. So they go into this assuming that they're going to be working together. I think that you're correct about the fact that they will look to see if anything's missing 100%. Point is that they're looking for you know what I mean? This is not particulars. It's we want the footage. We don't have it at all.
But you know what? They may be looking for something that doesn't even exist. They may be looking for things that don't
Body cam
exist.
footage?
It did give them all the body camera footage, but they're insisting that there's more. So they're implying that there's something else out there that they didn't give them. And, that's what they're going to fight about. Remember when I said, a month ago or whenever I said, when we get to the discovery phase of this trial, it's going to be earth shattering because they are going to tooth and nail, and it's going to be a popcorn event because it may even be as good as the damn trial itself because they're going to fight so hard to get that sheath. They want that sheath gone. That sheath, I'm sure they've got much more evidence. But that sheath is very important. And if they
I don't see how any of this is that. Like, I don't see how wanting body and dash cam footage of his arrest is
who found Kaylee and Maddie first. So you've got
his arrest in Pennsylvania. They're looking for the footage from his arrest in Pennsylvania. That hasn't been provided.
Oh, that's what they said. I didn't hear that.
Yes, that's exactly what
you were kind of cutting.
Well, that's one of the things. Yeah, that's one of them. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's one of them.
But the footage and
actually, I don't think
that the footage
from John. I don't think that the footage from the crime scene is there. I don't think they probably have that. I don't see it here.
Okay.
Oh, I have a question. Does Idaho have to wait for Pennsylvania to provide that to them before they can provide it to the Idaho court?
Well, you would think there's just,
Yeah.
you know, you're gonna get that cooperation. I don't think that that's an issue. They shouldn't have to jump through many hoops because you got don't forget the FBI is involved here too. So you're
Right.
dealing with multiple agencies that gotta all correspond and work together, and it's just not that easy. People think it is, but it's really not. You know, you've got multiple hands in this, and you know, it's just, it takes time. This thing, I'll be surprised if this thing goes to trial within 2 years. I mean, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if it for sure.
I agree with that. I mean, the sheer number of states involved, and just so for example, we got this 166-page document drop. Have you seen that from yesterday?
I have not seen it. I have not seen it. No.
Okay, so the Washington State University Police Department released 166 pages. There's, you know, all the presumptive blood testing from the stuff inside the apartment. Many other things I can't even think of off the top of my head, but I have it pulled up if you want to see.
Basically, you're saying all normal stuff that would be requested, right?
Yeah, but something that I found interesting was the fact that, so ISP Forensics was there, right? They were the ones that were collecting the evidence, and this is in Washington. This is all in Washington. So Idaho State Police went in and collected all the evidence, did the presumptive blood tests, and the Washington University Police are the ones that filled out the presumptive test sheets. So they were the ones that marked everything negative or positive, where they found everything inside the house or the apartment. Oh, don't let me forget about the door being locked, please, as soon as I'm done talking about this. And when we're talking about like chain of evidence or chain of custody, wouldn't you agree that you want to keep it as minimal as possible? You know, the less people whose hands is in it.
Well, I was absolutely
better.
going to say that. So herein lies your room for error and your room for you know, appeal. I mean, anything like that where you've got multiple. Remember, I just said you've got multiple jurisdictions, multiple agencies involved here, and when you have that many hands, there's going to be mistakes made. And I going back to the video when they were processing that crime scene. I mean, I'm telling you right now, you mark my words, the things that I said are going to be OJ like. They're going to try to totally discredit the crime scene processing 100%. They're going to try and interject contamination, you know, mishandling of evidence. They're going to try, and I'm telling you. And again, you only have to convince one. I got a quick question. Does anyone know, and I haven't looked it up, who decides death? Is the judge deciding death in Idaho, or is the jury deciding death in Idaho?
When he went to court the first time there in that orange suit, that lady judge, she said to him, she read him out all the counts that he was being charged with, and they were all punishable by death. That judge said it.
Right, but who decides? Because in some states, and I haven't looked it up, in some states, the judge is the only one that can decide death in the end. The jury can recommend death, but the judge has the final say. And in most states, the jury has the final say. I'm just curious.
That's what I said. I read was the jury.
The jury?
Yes.
So that's bad for prosecution.
So
because it says the sentence is decided.
I just Googled it. It's the jury.
And it must be unanimous.
So the jury must come to a unanimous. So if the jury comes to a unanimous decision on death in Idaho, can the judge overrule that, or is it solely up to the jury? That's what I'm looking for.
It says in case of a hung jury during the penalty phase of a trial, a life sentence is issued even if a single juror opposes death.
Okay, that's a given, life sentence, but we're talking about death. So basically, they only have to have one juror on the fence, and this guy may just get life.
Right, exactly. That's what I have.
That's bad. That's why I would love to be a fly on the wall during jury selection, because remember the person we had on the phone the other night. All we need is a person remotely close to that, and this guy ain't gonna fry.
Before we get to the condemnation phase, I wanted to hear the rest of what Sleuthy was telling us.
Who was that?
CB.
That was CB that said that.
Yeah, I appreciated that. So, the chain of, forget about it too, aren't you? The chain of custody thing. So, the less amount of people that touch it, the better. Well, for instance, when they went into his apartment, they brought, it had to be done by the Washington State University Police, and it's my understanding that the reason it had to do that is to have jurisdiction. But they had the Idaho State Police with no jurisdiction go in and take the photographs and the videos and collect the evidence and do the presumptive testing. So then what they did was, instead of the Idaho State Police forensics people bringing that stuff back to the Idaho State Forensics Lab, it went to the Washington State University Police Department and was held in an evidence locker there for ISP to go in eventually and get it. So my question is, why would you add that extra person holding on to that evidence if you didn't necessarily have to with chain of custody? If ISP was there and they collected it and they processed it and they're the ones that were going to have their hands on it eventually, why send it to WSU police at all?
That's a good question, but you know, I'm playing devil's advocate here. If I'm the defense and I'm looking for video of the just about everything, including the collection of evidence. Remember, you said a key word there, and a key phrase there, and that's chain of custody. So if they can even review video and show that somebody touched that evidence and wasn't listed as part of the trade-off of that evidence can be suppressed because it was out of sight for 2 seconds and that person wasn't listed as part of the person. So if I handed a piece of evidence to Detective T-REV and T-REV handed it back to you and you logged it in, guess what? That chain of custody is broke if I don't say that I handed it to T-REV first. And if they can review that video and that actually happened, guess what? Evidence suppressed.
You know what else is interesting that they haven't received yet?
Let's hear that.
You're going to like this. It says, as of May 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received recordings and notes from the interrogation of Mr. Kohberger by MPD Detective Payne.
Again, that's just because they're not going to give it to him when they ask for it. They're going to give it to him by the due date. That's very
the due
common.
Date passed a month ago.
And they're gonna probably push it to where the judge says, "Hey, give it to him now," or there's going to be sanctions imposed. So, I mean, I'm telling you, they'll push it as far as they can, both sides. But
is that what?
It's all about professionalism when it gets to the point, and the judge is used to seeing this stuff because what we're talking about here is very common. You know, if they don't want to give that evidence up right now, they want to hold on to it as long as they can, then they'll make the judge tell them to give it up. And it's very common. It's not
so why would they
earth shattering?
Is that why they got rid of some of the evidence?
Why would they not want
case?
I'm sorry, Sal, I heard you. What were you asking?
Because it was suppressed.
Isn't that what happened in the OJ case? A lot of evidence wasn't allowed in.
Right.
Yeah.
And a lot of it was because what did they do, Sal? They pulled the training. They went after the trainers. They went after every technician involved. They did everything they could to get the bombshell evidence suppressed, and they
Right.
succeeded. They succeeded in so much. So
Yep.
the defense won a lot, and a lot, we won't go into why,
Yeah.
but I mean, we know what was going on then.
Yep.
You're coming off of Rodney King, you're coming off of all this stuff, and it was bad times. But we also didn't have the DNA, the ability to identify and extract DNA like they do now. If it was now, he would be convicted.
It was just introduced, right? DNA.
Right.
That guy had that whiteboard.
Yep, it was in the infant stages.
Right. I remember that. I followed that, and I was like, "Why isn't that allowed in? Why isn't that allowed in? Why isn't that?" But I remember the DNA was kind of new to the people. I remember that.
People didn't even know what DNA was.
Right. He had to explain it. Yep. I remember that, man.
And then how boring do you think it was to the jurors who didn't understand hardly anything?
Really? I know.
And because of that, they made
I guess I don't.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead,
I'm
Sleepy.
lagging. Go ahead. I could tell as soon as she stopped talking, I figured out that I was lagging. Go ahead.
I was just saying, and because of the lack of knowledge in the DNA process, the jurors really didn't know what they were doing.
Exactly. I mean, you can only educate so much, but it's.
Yeah. Yep. So that's what's
Detective
happening.
John.
A lot of evidence isn't going to be submitted because it was all, touched, and they're not going to submit it. Like the lady, like those people, when they filmed the people in the window stepping over people and stuff, that probably isn't going to be admitted either, right?
Well, that's the one thing that I was very concerned about. And the one girl coughing, even though, she coughed into her arm, and then she coughed out of her arm, standing over what appeared to be evidence. And the one mother that got on here said, well, my son said we don't have to do that. They don't have to do that. Well, I beg to differ. Again, why would you introduce, even if you can determine that that's your DNA as an officer or investigator, why would you introduce that into a crime scene? Why would you not have a mask on? Made no sense to me. Totally floored me. And it floored me that those windows weren't covered.
Right. Yep.
Yep, I agree with those things too, Detective John. I think that there were a lot of missteps with evidence collection and stuff. But I have a question for you real quick, Detective John. Whenever it comes to the actual evidence being collected and chain of command and all of that, isn't it usually only evidence that can be proven that chain of command was actually broken as opposed to who collected it? It's not about who collected it. It's about was the chain of command broken as opposed to being thrown out or not thrown out. Isn't that correct?
The chain of custody.
Yeah, chain of custody. I'm sorry.
So
yes.
So what you're saying is, you have to document every hand that touches that prior to it becoming tagged as evidence. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, that's 100% true. And yes, if you can interject doubt that someone else handled that, then there's a very strong chance that the judge will agree and the evidence will be suppressed.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
All right.
Okay.
Don't forget the locked door.
Yeah.
But it's not. But it's not the fact of who collected the evidence. As long as they have, they're cops still. You guys, campus cops are still cops.
No, it does matter who collected.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah.
It does 100% matter who collected the evidence.
But a lot of the times, campus cops. Here, there's ASU campus 5 miles down the road from my house. All those cops on campus. They're actual cops.
Right.
Like if there's a crime, it's their jurisdiction. If there's a crime, they're the first. They're usually the ones to deal with it.
Right. Well, in a crime scene, there's an officer typically assigned to document everyone in and out of that door the entire time. The times that they came in, the times that they left, every time in and out, in and out. Someone is documenting that. That's going to be part of evidence as well. And, again, let's say the video's rolling and the defense is looking at everybody in and out, but they can't identify this other person that just came in and out. There's reasonable doubt right there. Somebody came in that wasn't supposed to be in there, and we don't know who this is. They could have been planting evidence. You know what I mean? It's, we live in a defense world when it comes to crime.
Yeah, and the people that were in there, that were supposed to be in there, they have their DNA on file too.
Right. Absolutely.
Right.
And that's so they can exclude them if their DNA is found due to an accidental sneeze or something like that. But still, you still exercise proper protocol, and you wear the PPDs that you're supposed to be wearing, and you put a mask on, and you don't introduce DNA into a scene. I mean, it's just that's silly.
Yeah,
that's very.
Oh no, I completely agree, and I see that with the house itself because it is like the initial actual crime scene.
Right.
But I mean, it was just a search warrant that was being served. It wasn't the actual crime scene. It would have been a secondary scene, if anything.
No,
with the
I'm
evidence
not referring
collected.
to that. I'm referring to the actual crime scene. I'm not referring to the SW. No, that you still should exercise, because if there is viable DNA, evidence that's retrieved, you should, exercise proper PPD.
Right. Well, what I'm asking is basically, do you think it's going to affect the case that the campus cops are the ones that collected the evidence, as opposed to maybe the county or city?
They didn't.
Do you think that's going to be the issue,
was
or
ISP.
do you think there's?
It surprises me that the
what's that,
campus
Suki?
It was ISP. ISP is forensics is the same people that did the crime scene are the ones that did his apartment.
Right. That's good, because it would surprise me if campus PD, who doesn't have much experience, were assigned the task of collecting evidence in Bryan Kohberger's or on his residence. That would blow my mind. I thought
someone said that campus cops were the ones that signed off on the presumptive blood testing.
I don't know. That would, that's possible, but that would make no sense to me. You have mutual.
What about the locked door? Tell us about the locked door.
Let Sleuthie finish what she was saying. Sleuthie was saying something, and let her finish.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Sleuthie, if you were, then I didn't hear you. I didn't intentionally do that. So,
no.
Yeah, me either. I'm sorry.
Sleuthie, snap out of it. Wake up.
I think we lost her. I think she's having technical difficulties because she's on a delay. Something's going on.
Oh wait, I saw her flash.
Yeah, she's breaking up.
I'm hearing wah, 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 wah. The peanut gallery.
You break. You got like a. You can't we can't hear you.
You're not supposed to look at it. You're not supposed to just look at it.
I think she's talking to her boy.
Not getting anything.
People were overlooking it, and something her sister highlighted. Something her sister highlighted and was onto something.
But when people were asking about the search warrant and why they knocked 3 times, if you remember recent events where no knock search warrants resulted in officers getting hurt, and a defense team winning because they did a no knock and woke the person up, and it was dark, and they freaked out, and they were armed, and they killed an officer. So, and amongst other
Or
things,
Breonna Taylor. Just saying.
it's really hard to get no knocks now.
I've been wondering.
Isn't the Breonna Taylor case one of the cases that helped to solidify that law? That changed the no-knock policies?
You absolutely nailed it. Yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah,
but there's
so.
many cases. There's case law surrounding it. There's many cases, and not every state had a no knock. This is just kind of trickling down now. A lot of your liberal states have gotten rid of no knocks a long time ago, like Chicago, places like that. You can't do a no knock in the city of Chicago. You better be able to exercise. It better be like a
So are you saying that was protocol?
I'm saying, yeah, they were following. They were crossing their I's and dotting their T's, because had there been somebody in his apartment, they didn't. We can only assume that it was empty because he was gone, but maybe it wasn't. They would have to justify a no knock, but they knew where he was, because then the defense would eat that up. They did a no knock and there was somebody in there because they were surveilling him. They knew where he was. But I get the question, why would they do that if they knew where he was? But it's just part of the process. They have to announce, and it's usually 3 times.
There she is.
There could have been someone there. I didn't know.
Right. Right. That's what I was saying. It we didn't know for sure. No one knew for sure. Could have been somebody tied up in there.
Stevie was right.
What'd he say?
That he stole the mic.
Your mic? That's funny. Stevie said he probably stole her mic.
What I was saying was, can I share my screen to show you what okay.
For sure.
All right, can you see?
Yes, we can. Hold on. There we go. Let me pull that off the screen so they can see.
So this is part of the 166 pages that was released yesterday. At one point, I know you asked about the knife. Where was it found? This is for Washington, for his apartment.
That's what I thought.
And yeah, it was that night. What you're thinking of, where the number one thing that was found was just a knife. That's all it said. That was in his parents' house. This is all the stuff that was found in his apartment. And I know in that footage it said that the door was locked. But what it said was, like, she clarified that the reason it was locked was because no one was in there. But I'm going to show you what they actually say about that. Oh my God, there's so many pages. This is going to kill my internet.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a scribe for neurosurgeons.
That's what my fiance. She works in the cath lab. She works on hearts. She does the same stuff. She records.
Right here. Yeah, doctors really don't know how to do their jobs anymore without a scribe.
Right.
So
she participates
can you all
too,
see
but
this?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, so we cleared each room of the residence, and we all exited the residence, leaving the front door ajar. During our entry, the bedroom in the northwest corner was found to be locked, and we had to key into the room. I know based on my experience that WSU housing often secures any rooms in an apartment not being leased. In this apartment, there are 2 bedrooms and only 1 subject on the lease. It is for this reason I believe there was no one residing in the room. and it had not been accessed by the resident of the apartment. So I also observed the room appeared to have been vacuum cleaned and not occupied. I advised the crime scene techs of this after we exited the apartment. So basically, the whole reason that door was locked, and Ashley Banfield made it sound like his bedroom door was locked, which does seem weird to a lot of people.
That's typical.
But what it was he's paying for one bedroom. So WSU Housing, they lock the other door because he doesn't need access to it because someone else will rent it.
Right, just like a hotel room, that has an adjoining door to another room that's locked. Basically.
Yes. And then for the blood testing, we were talking about that. Let me zoom out. My God. All right. So what I was explaining was it's on WSU police forms, right? And WSU police were there, but in that report that I was just reading you, I should have scrolled down. They mark that ISP were the ones that were there and collecting the evidence. WSU Police Department just housed it. See what I mean? So like here, Dawn Daniels is with WSU Police Department. She had it from when they collected it, when ISP collected it, until she signed it out back to ISP on January the 3rd.
Right.
But
that's exactly how it's done.
A lot of people were asking about the presumptive blood tests. So these were done by ISP. Okay. And in how I understand these chemicals, it can test positive. Oh, for example, I have a great example. I was reading into the guy that, do you all remember the day that they secured the crime scene for Ann Taylor? And we all saw that guy outside and people were like, oh, he's like a really great, he basically recreates crime scenes. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. And he was there with his camera. And that's what he does. Well, I looked into him and he's written many reports and different studies that he's done. And it was super interesting. One of the studies that he did was over the course of like 2 years, where he wanted to determine if there were any kind of soils that would test positive for blood. So some soils, and actually a quite common one, has, I believe it's pig blood in it. I can get everybody the name in just a second. So it has like pig blood in it. I'll give you all the study. And what he did was he bought this soil that contains that, and it was in his garden, and he walked through the soil into the house and then sprayed and used Amido Black to see if it would test positive for blood. And in fact, it did. And it even did a year after he had laid the soil.
Yep.
So these can test for blood, but they would have to then take it to the lab to determine, if it was human blood, whose blood it was. And there can be false positives. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any false negatives. It should be able to detect like a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of blood. So in the house, or in the apartment, I should say, they collected all these things, like a white towel from the shelf of the kitchen table. Bottom line is there was a bunch of bloodish looking stains basically all over the entire house. There was some on the sink, on a pizza cutter, on a Ajax bottle. I mean, just weird stuff. And anyway, all this stuff came back negative. There was one here on the counter. Oh, sure, you can have orange pop, I guess. Let me have it.
You shake it up.
I did not.
So it was pizza sauce.
Probably, yeah, probably. I mean, some of these,
he was mowing pizza, and he picked up his container, he drank it, he had pizza sauce on his hand. The pizza cutter's gonna have pizza sauce on it, but it's, they got.
I mean, I thought he was like OCD. Like, I'm not cutting my pizza if there's any kind of stain on the pizza. That's just me. Maybe I'm more OCD than I thought. But if there's something,
Yeah, you know, I get it.
oh, who wants to mute me?
I gave you.
No,
you
somebody's
Who
like,
wants to mute me?
I'm like, man, that's just her kid in the background there.
Yeah, he went to the grocery store with his grandmother and came back with a half-eaten thing of Hershey bar.
Excited.
And so we're struggling through this a little bit.
We're all right. We're
but-
doing fine.
Hey guys, I gotta go. My girl just pulled up and we're going out for Cinco de Mayo. So everybody have a good weekend.
Have fun.
Take care, Johnny.
See you
Take
guys.
care.
Bye.
Take care, John.
Take care, Detective John. I appreciate you coming up.
I will in a minute.
We'll start playing right now.
Have a
He's
good
giving
one,
me
buddy.
his iPad. He wants me to play. So all this stuff came back negative except for this thing. They collected it though. I don't know for what reason they couldn't test it while it was there. And then all of these were negative. So that means they didn't test positive for blood in their first test that they do on the scene. Inside of the closet door, exterior door, grout on the counter of the tile, microwave, blah, 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 blah. All that's negative. All of this is negative. A gray smear in the closet. I don't even know what some of these could be. But I mean, if it were me, I'd have like a spray bottle. I'd be like just spraying like everything, literally, to see if anything lit up. The only things that were positive for blood, all of these were negative too. On the toilet and stuff. There's just no way. See, I couldn't do this. I'd be gagging.
On the toilet?
I want to gag just reading it. One of the not cool things, but I was thinking about this. I was like, I wonder if they swabbed the drains. Like, I really hope they swabbed the drains. Well, they did. They stuck a swab down in there. They swabbed the drain in the bathroom from the sink. It must have two bathrooms because there's an east sink drain, a west sink drain in the bathroom. They swabbed the shower drain. All of those were negative. So this one was positive, and this was a reddish brown stain on uncased pillow. Two separate stains, and what they did was they cut the pillow instead of just taking the whole pillow. So they sprayed it, tested positive for blood. They cut that portion of the pillow out and then brought it with them. And the only other thing was a mattress cover. There was a brown irregular drip, multi-stains. Oh my God. Ugh, gross. And I can't. I literally can't. But and that tested presumptive positive for blood as well. And I don't know this is his apartment in Washington. What I find interesting is this whole incel narrative, right? Mm-hmm. But yet when I was reading these documents, one of the things stuck out to me, and any girl that's here, any girl with hair that's here will understand where I'm coming from when I say that if you tell me that there's hair on the walls of the shower, I'm going to tell you that sounds to me like a girl willingly taking a shower.
100%.
So maybe he wasn't an incel. So maybe and I don't mean to be gross, obviously, we're grown-ups, but like the mattress pad, I mean, accidents happen, so if he did have a girl or girls in the house and like an accident happened, that could explain that. Like, I was really wanting to see something that was, and to be honest, if it was blood, I think he would have gotten rid of it. So I was really not looking forward to, but one of the things I was waiting for was blood in spots that he couldn't get. So like the carpet, you can't cut out a piece of the carpet without it looking sketchy. So, or the drains, where you washed off blood, or a light switch and you didn't even realize it, and it was trace evidence of blood. Just something that maybe he didn't notice. I was really expecting to see it. So the fact that it's just on a pillow and a mattress cover. I mean, we know he cuts his face up when he tries to shave. I mean, he's like a child. So yeah. Menzies.
Okay, so shit. I thought it said Menzies.
So if that blood comes back as possible, if that blood comes back from, they do a test and that DNA is one of the victims. I mean, is he guilty to you?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if there is no type of evidence whatsoever that says he had any type of relationship with these people, any of them, I don't see any reason. Like, if he's never spoken to them in his life, then obviously their DNA shouldn't be there. If we find out that, I'm just throwing it out there, like a surviving roommate was in a relationship with him and it's their DNA, that'd be something entirely different. But if Ethan's blood is there and he didn't know who he was and they've never spoken, then yeah, that's not looking good from my end.
That would mean he's guilty.
Well, I mean, I think it would take more than just that one thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm willing to say that he's guilty if more than just that one thing.
If I murdered someone and their blood is in my household and I don't know them, then that's it. It wouldn't mean anything else.
But you would have to hear, like, you still would have to.
And I'm not talking about court. I'm just asking you personally. Like, I'm not talking about what.
Well, if I sit here and
I'm just trying to gauge like what you like, because it seems like you're kind of like evading that. Like, you're trying to not say it's not guilty out. Like, that's kind of irrefutable.
Well, I'm not trying to avoid it. I just don't have an answer. I mean, I'm either way. He could be either way. I'm looking at everything. If I start thinking that he's guilty, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking at everything as though he's guilty, and I'll lose.
No.
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you in a hypothetical. I'm asking you hypothetically, and you're not certain on a hypothetical question that anybody would say he's guilty. And if you have blood there and he doesn't know them, and it's on a pillow in his house of a deceased victim, then what else would you need? I don't get it.
I would need to know that nobody else was staying in that house ever, sleeping on the couch or doing anything like that. Hold on one second.
It's just odd. It just seems like there's some just odd reason to attack every. And then when I ask you about something that's irrefutable, you're not certain about it. It's just
I think they definitely should have took instead of cutting off the piece, they should have took that whole pillow. But hey, I mean, it's whatever they're doing, they do.
So I'm not sure how it's almost like you want me to I mean, in order to give you
I just want you to be certain on an answer. I just want certainty in an answer.
Then I need additional facts. I would be happy to be certain on an answer. If I find out tomorrow that he has no connection to these people and have never talked to them in his life, and no one was at his house or staying at his house or was in his house showering or anything like that, then I would have no problem doing it. But the fact of the matter is I don't have that information right now, so I can't give you
that's fine. I don't 100%
either.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying right. I don't either. We don't know that. It's a hypothetical. I'm just asking. I just find it odd that we can't ever get a certain answer out of you if it's guilty or not in this hypothetical situation. I'm not talking about the actual situation. We don't know yet. We got to go to trial, but if that were the case, it's like kind of like you don't consider bombshell type of evidence. It's like if we go to trial and they do show bombshell evidence, are you gonna like bring up points that they didn't bring up in trial to try to like say he's not guilty?
If they don't what? at trial?
If they don't bring up, if they say for instance they miss out on certain things, it seems like you're kind of like nitpicking things, and it's not like there's no really certainty of answers. It's like we can't really get a certain answer. It's like, why are you afraid of saying he's guilty in a hypothetical question?
Sacred, I have a question for you.
Maybe we're not.
No, I don't want to interrupt you, Susie. Go ahead. I have a question though.
You're good. Maybe we're not looking at it the same way, because I'm having a hard time. I could come up with a million pieces of evidence that would make him look hella guilty, and I'd have no problem saying that he was guilty. I don't know this man, but I don't have it. So you're like asking me to make up evidence in my head for this hypothetical scenario that I already told you I could do. What is it?
Right. That's why I said, like, that's why I'm mentioning the hypothetical, not what we what we actually have, the information that we actually have. That's going to take place in the future. But
I'm sure if blood came back in the vehicle right now, that Sleuthie would probably have a different stance.
Yeah, that's why I think it's like, I don't think she would. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm hearing. It's like, I don't know. It seems like you're like actually working for his defense team or something. That's what it seems like.
Well, I have a question for you, Sacred.
Sure.
Hypothetically, if me and you hung out and nobody knew it, and we were doing coke in your apartment, and I caught a nosebleed and dripped a little blood on your, your pillow or your bed or whatever, a little spot, and nobody knew it, and then I turned up dead. Does that mean you killed me?
No.
Because there's other scenarios, even though they're somewhat implausible, that could potentially create a scenario like that. And I think that's why it's a loaded question. But if there's no connection between any of the victims and the suspect, then yeah, I think that their blood in his house would be incredibly damning. But if it did turn out that they all maybe did hang out or did have a connection, and then there's a potential for any kind of cross of DNA, blood, or whatever. I mean, you could pop a pimple and get a little blood on something.
Right.
So I think that's just it's just a loaded question. But I think anything, if their blood turns up on his person in his apartment, I think it would be quite damning.
Right. My thing is I think, for just my opinion, I think Sleuthie's set on he's innocent, and she's just on the other side, and whatever evidence they come at, she's just going to find a way to attack it.
Yeah, I certainly can't speak for her, but I just think that there are
I think I'm pretty.
There are some gray areas. Some gray areas.
I agree.
So
I have a question.
So are you saying?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, Sleuthie, I mean, she's being spoke about, so I think she has the right to defend herself.
I just want to know, so that maybe I'm not understanding the question. So if I say to you, if my answer to what you're asking me is, if they find blood inside the apartment of one of the victims and he has never had any kind of contact with them whatsoever, and no one else has been in his apartment, I see no other way to explain that other than he brought it in to the apartment. Therefore, I would say guilty. So I'm not really understanding where we're saying that
That's fine. That's fine. That's all I needed to hear. I just wanted to know if you had.
I thought I said that already.
I just wanted to know if you were. I just wanted to really understand if you were like actually just fixed on he's innocent, or are you able to actually? Because some people, I'm hearing a lot of things, like people are just constantly finding a way to attack, like evidence that that is common sense, and it's just really odd to me. I'm just finding little odd things I'm hearing. So I just want to know if you're actually able to hear evidence and come to a conclusion accurately. That's all.
I mean, the way that I'm able to hear evidence for what it is and process it accurately is by, well, apart from that, I'm talking about right now in the in-between stages. Part of that is not giving credence to stuff that's not real. So I don't put on anybody, I don't put any kind of shame on anybody that I would never say, well, you don't know all the evidence. Or that's, absolutely incorrect. But what I will explain to you is that if I'm going to talk about what I have on court documents or things that were said by the police so that I know what we're talking about is real. So you could tell me that there was, blood, there was a hair in the drain or whatever, but until I see a piece of paper that says that there was, then you and I are just speculating and we're making things up. I don't want to pay attention to this other stuff. For instance, when they're talking about how he was stalking the victims or one of the victims or two of the girls on Instagram, as far as I can see, I'm seeing 70 some odd warrants and not a single one of them is for an Instagram account for Bryan Kohberger. So did they take it? Maybe he does have an Instagram. Maybe they still haven't released it. But as far as what I do know is that there is no Instagram right now for him. So I will not take that into consideration that he was stalking these girls on Instagram. So it's just a matter of what you're looking at. If you want to look at everything, including the stuff that's being reported on, the media by anonymous sources that they say are police sources, then you can go ahead and do that. But you can't then ask me if I think someone's guilty based on all the stuff you're listening to when I'm avoiding it at all costs. And it has nothing to do with whether it makes them sound guilty or innocent. It has to do with it's literally gossip, and it's been proven wrong repeatedly.
Right. Well, I mean, I never mentioned gossip. I'm going off of what the PCA says, and I mean, the PCA itself is,
What does it say?
lot. Well,
Yeah.
have you read it?
Way more times than I would have liked to. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm going off what that says and the information that it shows, and that's the information I'm going off of. I don't really mention rumors. Really, I've never really mentioned anything like that about cartels, about 6 people being there. I mean, that's probably, that's someone else. That's what they do. I never mention anything like that. I'll really go off the PCA and what information I have from law enforcement.
So then I'm asking you what, like, for you, what have you noticed in the PCA? What stands out to you in the PCA?
The blood, the sheath, the DNA on the sheath.
Okay, so the DNA on the sheath that was a single source of male DNA that they then matched to trash DNA from dad, right?
Well, they matched it from his father, right? So it's a 99% match to his father.
Right. And then what else after that? Or is that really like the thing? I mean, I would agree with you in the sense that I think they had to have it for arrest, for sure.
Yeah, the DNA, the sheath is the most damning part of it for me.
Right. So, like, what about the videos and the pings and the?
I mean, that's circumstantial evidence that places. That's just more. That's connecting the dots. It's just placing them at the scenes, painting the story. I mean, I want to see more of that in trial. I want to see them break that down more in trial. But as far as the DNA, that's the most damning thing to me. That's the most what sticks out to me in the PCA.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard me because I do know I'm on a delay, and I'm sorry, but while I do agree that, and I think that the reason that the sheath DNA was only mentioned in the Idaho warrant affidavit by Payne, and not in Payne's affidavit for a search warrant in Pennsylvania, and not in Blaker's affidavit for a search warrant in Washington, is because I think they needed to have that additional thing in order to justify his arrest. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And then as far as the pings and the videos and stuff, are you, from what you know of or remember from?
I can't go with the videos. I can't. That's why I didn't mention the videos. The pings. I mean, to me, the pings are part of it too. I mean, it's important to me. I find it important that the pings, place them in the area of the location more than 10 times, right?
12 times.
So,
yeah.
I mean, that and the sheath is that's the big things for me.
Did the pings place him in the area of King Road that night?
From what I remember, from that night, I believe he turned his phone off. And I think, from what I remember, I think he was in the area. And then I think he turned his phone off, and then I guess he was fine back in his area. Like, I guess he pinged one time there at night, I believe.
So he pinged at his apartment, and then he pinged like kind of southeast of his apartment, and then nothing else until he pinged south of Moscow on 95.
Right.
I'm glad
which
you
would make
touched
sense.
up on
Which
it
would make
earlier.
sense of them leaving the area.
Sleuthie, you touched up on it earlier. I was looking up when I read the PCA. You know how you said Johnson, Idaho, and then they switched to Washington.
Yeah,
because it did say Johnson. I swear it said that in the PCA. Right.
I'm going to tell you something crazy. Yeah, it does. So I don't even know how many arguments about this Johnson. So there's people, and look, I don't want to get into this. I do not want to get into this argument, and I won't. But there are people who will say that Johnson, Idaho is not a place. There are people like me who will tell you that I can pull up Johnson, Idaho on a map.
All right. So me and you are on the same page. All right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a mistake.
Well, some people do think that it was a mistake, but so what I'm thinking, and this is just what I'm thinking, because I remembered that at one point they had gathered surveillance footage from two little rinky-dink towns, kind of southeast of Moscow, like east-ish, southeast-ish. And I was like, why would they do that? And then when the PCA came out, I was like, that's like not even on the path of where they're saying he made this U from Moscow to Pullman. But if you go by Johnson, Idaho, and you trace that path through those two little towns, not only would it put him through Johnson, Idaho, but it would also take the exact amount of time as if he would have drove straight from King Road through those two little towns into Johnson, Idaho, then jumped back on 95 and went up to his apartment. So instead of assuming that it took him 4 hours to drive, and I'm just throwing 4 hours out there because I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but let's just, instead of saying that it took him 4 hours to drive someplace that should have only taken 1 hour, is it worth considering that the reason we were looking at this particular path and getting surveillance footage from it is the possibility that Johnson, Idaho is Nowheresville and fairly close to a Indian reservation? And could there be evidence there? I mean, I assumed that it was a typo.
Drop something off. It has to be.
So you think you could have went the extra? I mean, you think you could have went the long way? Like, see, we have 3 affidavits. 2 of them say Johnson, Idaho. Only one of them says Johnson, Washington.
Yep,
and I also feel like,
yep, I agree.
Why are there typos? I feel like that's bizarre. I put more time into writing out a tweet.
You know, I had this email back and forth with a subscriber. I forgot who it was, but I was like, I'm looking at Johnson, Idaho. They're like, you're wrong. It's Johnson, Washington. And we both sent each other what we had. And it literally was the opposite on each one.
Yeah. I don't know why some people can pull it up. I mean, if you pull old satellite imagery, I mean, you can pull it up. And I guess what it really boils down to is when Brett Payne was writing out his affidavits, what was he using to map these pings? If he wasn't using, Google Maps, if that's what you're using and you can't see Johnson, Idaho, and he was using something else, then he could very well have meant what he said. But regardless, that would still mean that someone was wrong. You know what I mean?
Well,
I can't even.
Johnson, Idaho is 6 hours from Moscow.
No, hold on. Let me pull it up.
6 hours.
It was like 45 minutes or something. Maybe I missed it.
Moscow, Idaho to Johnson, Idaho is 6 hours and 42 minutes.
I did it one time. It says it's 1 hour and 42 minutes.
It is. Yeah. Hold on a sec. I could pull up because I did make like a picture kind of thing.
Yeah, because you got to go through Moscow. All right, so it's Moscow, Troy, Kendrick,
yes, those two.
Lenore, Peck, Orfino, and then it heads straight up to Johnson, and it's 1 hour and 42 minutes, 70.5 miles.
Isn't that weird? Mine says 6 hours. That's strange.
Yeah, that is weird.
And I'm using Google Maps.
Is it Johnson or Johnson Lake?
Johnson.
Just Johnson.
JOHNSON.
The only thing I can find is Johnson Lake. I'm trying to look it up.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay.
You also have to kind of make it go through Troy and Kendrick, because that's what I did, because I was curious if you would pass through those two towns. Like, I'm like, where are these random ass towns coming from? And that's not even on the path that they say he took. So I was like, let me see if I can get there going that way. And by God, you could. So, and again, it was like to the minute. So, for example, and the time, let me just pull it up because it'll explain it better. So the timing of it and so let's say that he did it, okay? And he went whatever path they say he went, and then went back to his apartment, and then he gets a notification via text message and email from WSU saying, we found 4 kids that had been killed. And he panics. Let's say he panics and he like jumps up and leaves the apartment, like just to go get rid of something, or maybe just take like a ride because he was afraid someone was going to come or whatever. The amount of time that it would take for him to make a big circle from Pullman through Moscow, down Troy and Kendrick, down to Johnson, and then back would pass all of their pings and would take the exact amount of time that they're saying that he was out driving around that day.
And I mean, it makes more sense, right? If they messed up, because Johnson, Washington is 21 minutes from Moscow, rather than
this
shit they're talking about.
Hours. Yeah, hours. Like, what was he? Was he stopping and talking to people, or was he? Did he get pulled over again, or like what would it take that long for? I would more imagine he'd go to an area where he had no cell phone service and get rid of stuff. There's nothing out there. And again, it's very close to like Indian reservation. I mean,
I don't know where I heard this from, but I heard that he had a friend somewhere out there. I don't know how true that was.
It's that guy, the guy from the apartments. What's his name?
Enan.
His parents live down there.
Oh.
Wasn't it his parents, or was it the Marine? I can't remember.
It was Enan's parents.
It was, okay, they went right past their house.
I thought Kopac's parents were on the route too.
See, I just got confused there, but I just know somebody's farm was right there.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that.
I think it was both of them.
Down toward Lewiston or somewhere down that way is where somebody's parents had a property there. I have to look.
And everybody has an Elantra.
Ugh.
Move to Idaho, turn in your car for an Elantra.
Right.
So, I mean, does anyone have an idea what this possible exculpatory evidence or statement or?
Well, I don't know that it has to do with Bethany, but in that new motion to compel discovery, they do mention again this is exculpatory information, and in fact, it says specifically that they're requesting all lab testing, including photographs and color diagrams and bench notes, including but not limited to copies of lab reports detailing the forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered at Bryan Kohberger's parents' home, trash cans, and other receptacles, and Bryan Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra. As of May 4th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has not received the requested materials, and based upon information and belief, these reports contain exculpatory information.
I had a question. I had a question earlier when you were talking about that. Do you think anybody in the panel or in the chat room, would they have, when they stopped him, not when he stopped him, but when they got him in Pennsylvania, do you think they would have scraped his nails for blood trace evidence? Even if you washed his hands, because, if you think about it, sometimes when you have your hands in certain things, even if you shower or wash your hands, sometimes you still have stuff underneath your nails that just can't quite come out. I was thinking about that the other day. If they
I'm
tested
sure
his
they
hand.
test. I'm sure they tested him out. They swabbed him. I'm sure they went all over him.
I mean, I would think they would do some kind of nail scraping in the event that he had
Sure,
something under his fingernails.
sure.
I'll
So
pull
much
it up
time
for
has
you.
passed.
Yeah,
Pardon
I'll
me?
pull up the warrant. I'll pull up the warrant for you. I know they had part of the search warrant was for 4 buccal swabs, but I'll see if nail clippings. I can't imagine, but they would need to have. I don't see him letting them take it. Like
Well, I
with
mean, just like with DNA, I mean, court order. All they need is I guess it's a court order to have DNA drawn and
yeah,
fingernails scraped and whatever.
it
Yeah,
should
he
be
can
in the warrant.
refuse
Let
to
me
have
look.
that done. He can
I
refuse.
don't know. I think that you can refuse to, but the judge can overrule that.
Yeah, I don't. I
If
don't.
they
Absolutely.
have,
Yeah.
yeah.
For
What were
the
you saying? Sis?
What's that?
No, I was agreeing with you all. I was just agreeing.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. That
I mean, just under the circumstances, how much blood and whatever that they say is at that would have been at that residence. Even if he had gloves on, at some point he had to take his gloves off. You know, things do have a way of finding nooks and crannies.
Which is why I can't believe that all of this stuff tested negative. I mean, the thought that they went in there and there was only 2 places that tested positive for blood makes no sense to me.
Right.
Unless he like, and then let's just say there's nothing in his car either. So, really, to me, that it's either he didn't do it, or he like took a shower while he was there, and
But they checked the
never
drinking
even.
pipes, right? Didn't
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
what you
Well,
just said is not, if there's none of that, then that's where I'm gonna start having some major problems.
yeah.
Because if there's no blood in his vehicle, and that's what weighs up for me is if there's none of that, they got no trace of anything but the knife sheath, then you know that's I don't know, that's weird to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Period.
And I don't think he had time. Like, I don't think he had time to shower at their house. And obviously, they would have swabbed the drains at the crime scene.
Right.
And there'd be
Right.
no reason to have the victims unless now, if someone that called 911, if one of those people actually did touch one of the victims to check a pulse or whatever was said, and then wash their hands,
Yeah.
then you're getting into like trying to determine whether that was from them or if it was, you know what I mean?
I can't get over that checking the pulse shit. I really can't. I mean, how do you not know that you walk into a room? These people were mummified. Okay, they look like wax figures. Probably you're gonna check his pulse. I don't think so.
Well,
Where
they're
did that
kids.
story come from?
They're kids.
Banfield. I don't believe her.
Banfield.
Yeah, nah, fuck
Come
that. I
on.
don't see no
Come
Banfield
on.
either.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
No way.
Banfield
No
is
way.
reaching hard. They reach so hard that they every single one of her producers and people that work for her were fucking emailing me over that dumbass phone call on every single platform multiple times, like 4 or 5 different people, like trying to hunt me down. Same with New York Times. Same with all the rest of them. They're just looking for anything that they can grab.
Ratings.
They're looking for everything that they can grab on. So I mean, if somebody says they have information about something, I'm sure they're going to listen.
I have a weird question.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find Johnson, Idaho, but I noticed that in like kind of down by Lewiston, a little bit below it, it's like the time zone line. Does anybody know if like his like route or his supposed route at some point crossed the time zone line? Because then it would have pinged the tower in an hour difference, and then when he would have came back into Pacific time, it would have jumped ahead, and that could have thrown off the timeline.
Very interesting.
Well,
Just curious.
I
There you
believe
go.
they go off of universal time. The like the pings are in universal time or whatever. And I don't know. I almost feel like that universal time accounts for time zone change. Now I'm gonna have to look unless somebody knows. Like I feel like there's a reason they go with universal time. I think it's because it is what it is everywhere.
To like, compensate for any of that, right?
Yeah, for the pings and whatnot. Yeah, I have to look.
And the pings, Sluty, the pings. That doesn't really. That just puts him in the area. What's the radius of that? Is that like 10
I think
miles,
it's
5 miles, 2
10 or 12
blocks?
miles or something, I think.
I read an awesome article of a guy who lives there who does like he is a expert witness and was into all of those because I don't really get that stuff either. So I was just digging up everything. And I could pull up the article. It's actually super interesting, but he says it's 27 miles. And in fact, he actually drew out a map of the towers and how far of a radius of each he could have been from while pinging from that tower.
Now, I remember Steve talking about he was close enough to the house to where he could get on their Wi-Fi or internet or something like that. Did anybody hear that?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I
He
Yeah,
said that.
But if he's
Well,
able to
yeah,
link
he
to the
said.
Wi-Fi, he would have had to have the password at some point, or he wouldn't have connected.
if they had it set. A lot of people don't have passwords. A lot of
Well,
people,
and
See, now
if his
that could
phone
all
was
come
off,
back to him being at the house previous times, at those parties, and knowing where can I use your bathroom, finding out where the bedrooms are, or what's your Wi-Fi, what's the password.
well, they said that they kept the password on the refrigerator.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
they don't even have blinds, so
But
maybe the security
yeah,
wasn't.
but
one of the things I was thinking of is, the multiple times that he was in that area. If someone doesn't have a password, because so many people come in that house, they probably may not have had a password. It's not, it's not something that everybody does. If he drove past, even just down on the street, behind them, above them, in the parking lot, he could get right on there. I mean,
Or somebody could share it with him.
Right.
They did have it. They could just
Yeah.
tap their phone or approve it on their phone.
I don't know.
So many what ifs.
So isn't it what the time they got the time frame narrowed down to 7 to 8 minutes?
Yeah, something like that.
So I mean, you either gotta. I don't see him committing 4 murders and being able to get out of there without some type of blood on him. You know what I mean? Like, and do you think? All right. So does anybody in
like
here
to
think
shower.
that commit 4 and then shower
I don't think so. No
No.
shower.
in 7 minutes?
I think he was wearing coveralls or something.
Yeah. And I don't think he was naked either.
Now,
Okay.
does he have time to commit those 4? Take the coveralls off or whatever he's wearing. It could be a hazmat suit that he ordered from somewhere and then put it in a trash bag and take it and get rid of it.
I think so. I mean, the route that he took. I mean, he could stand. He could stand right there. He could stand anywhere and take off his clothes. He could stand in that kitchen and take off his clothes. A coverall. Put him in a bag.
There would be blood. There wouldn't just be that one footprint. There has to be blood in that fucking house.
Yeah, Papa Sal, they've never said if there wasn't blood in the kitchen. There's a big handprint that looks like a bloody handprint in that kitchen on that sliding glass door.
I remember that. Yep. Yep.
They never have said because we really don't know. But what if he just stood there, and took off some kind of cover and put it in a bag and dispose of it? They said there were so many places that he could have disposed of stuff on that ride home. There was no need for him to go that way. And he also bypassed the police station when he left because the police station would have been on his route, but he intentionally took a detour so that he wouldn't have to drive in front of the police station. But
And you know, like I said, one of those guys' parents' house was out there. There's nothing but land out there. They've had one place that had renovation going on, had a big, I think they even checked it. It was one of those very large dumpsters, you know, for trash from a remodel or whatever. I think they checked that. But they even checked the lake, I think. There was a lake out there. They're looking in the lake.
Yeah,
And
that
had
snake, that
exposed.
snake place, right? Snake River or Snake Lake, whatever the hell it's called.
But to be honest with you, if he put it in an everyday trash bag and stuck it in a trash can somewhere, I mean, how many people actually go back to their trash can and look for stuff? You know, it's not very often.
Yeah.
If he were,
And getting back to this whole thing, sacred, you know, I kind of feel both you guys have a point. Both of you are right. Sleuthie's got to see it in black and white. Period. She's got to see it in black and white.
That's what I gathered from Sleuthie.
And you are going by the PCA, which is in black and white too. Only we, you and me, you and I, are into the, you know, what ifs, or where, you know, not that we have him dead to right, the guy. And Sleuthie is not saying it either way. She's not saying, and I know that's what you're saying, that she's not saying it either way. But I understand where both of you guys are coming from. You know, it's she's
and
got
he's
to
not
see
wrong.
it. Right.
Yeah, like I'm not saying it either way, but that doesn't mean that I can't quickly go one way or the other.
No.
If I stay this way, I can't.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying, like, would you? I was asking that to see if you could come to like, to see if you do, like, if you can actually come to a conclusion and accept that if he was guilty, that he was guilty by the evidence. That's what I was just going. That's what I was trying to gauge. If you would do, and if you're just on one side, and you just like are just hell bent on attacking every form of evidence. That's what I was.
For sure. If there's evidence that pointed at it, I'm positive.
If there was solid evidence that he did this fucking thing, she would definitely be all over it. Yeah,
we don't.
That's what I was trying to get.
She's going based off black and white as of right now.
What's that?
You know,
she's going based off black and white as of right now.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
and we all have our own opinions. We all have our own opinions of like as of right now. I still think they got their guy, in my opinion. But like I said, when shit comes out and hits the floor, and we start to figure, okay, well, they got this against them. They don't have this. They don't. That's what I will start to have problems. Like I said, if there's no blood in his vehicle, if there's no, you know, certain things that are just the sheath in general, and yeah, I'll have a problem. But if they have video evidence off maybe a residence there that we don't know about, or there's other things that show me that he was there at the time, or blood, physical evidence from the victims, then I'd be, you know, that's where I stand at with it. Like I personally think that law enforcement targeted Bryan Kohberger to plant a case against him. I don't believe that whatsoever.
Right. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm like. That's what I kind of. If I'm countering something, that's what I'm countering, and I'm hearing that a lot though. And that's what I'm trying to. I just want to make sure.
It has happened in the past, like Stephen Avery.
For sure.
I mean, like, so it's not impossible for that to happen. And if stuff points towards that direction, which I don't see it pointing towards there as of now, but when shit drops out, and it could point towards that direction, or it could point him pin to a wall.
Right.
I just speak my opinion. I personally think they have the right guy right now, but I could be dead ass wrong, and I'd be up here if it came out today. I'd be up here today, right back on again, saying, "Damn, I was wrong."
Me too.
You know what I mean?
I believe he's the only guy. I believe he's the only guy. I believe it's his first time. I believe he did it in the 15 fucking minutes they're saying he did it in. Just like Detective John said. Don't forget, this was 4:00 in the morning. These poor kids were sucker punched. Ethan didn't know what the fuck happened. all of a sudden he's got some guy stabbing him with a fucking knife. How's he gonna defend himself? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's getting ready to whatever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was such a
Right.
sucker punch.
If it came back showing that, you know, he's found to not have done this, I think I would sit down and just bawl.
He's got what? I'm
I
sorry.
would bawl. I would cry over this because I'm so vested, and I really believe, like T-REV said, I really believe that he did this. You know.
Yeah, me too.
And
it's not enough for me.
Can we agree to this? Whether we agree that he did do this or did not, can we agree that he is innocent till proven guilty? Because
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to get that across to everyone
Absolutely.
that's on here because that is our law. But we, you know, us as people, we're gonna have our own opinions, and where people start to get fumbled up is they're like, well, you're, you know, putting him guilty before even this, that, and the third. No, I'm not putting him guilty. I just think he's the right guy because of what's presented in front of me. Now, because you want to challenge all these different things doesn't change my opinion. Period.
I mean, the
And I don't
PCA
want
is making
to.
him guilty. The
I would
PCA
cry
says
for the
he's guilty.
family.
But I like listening to all these things that are challenged because they are great points that come across to me differently when somebody sits down and says, well, here, look at this. Or here, look at that. And that's why I can sit so quiet and not criticize every single point, because when somebody's actually going off paperwork and pointing out things that are in front of my face written down on the black and white paper that I talk about, I'm gonna listen to it, whether I disagree or think they made a mistake or whatever. I like listening to it. I like seeing it, and I think it's smart.
I'm 100% open to the fact that he could very well be guilty. I just feel like there's too much. It's just too up in the air right now for me to say this is how I feel and I'm going to stand on it, you know. And one other thing is that I think because we're looking at this a whole, like from hindsight, we think about 2 surviving roommates, but it started with one. It started with whoever it was killing one person, and then the other 3 victims, you know, didn't run, didn't scream, there was no ruckus. There was, you know, was it the dog? Somebody was playing with the dog. I thought I heard somebody say, oh, somebody's outside. It just seems very casual for a murder. So I think if Ethan was a big kid, but you know, you walk up to him and you cut his throat. Now his vocal cords cut, can't scream, bleeding out, dies almost instantly. Well, that would kind of have to be the scenario for almost each one of them, executed flawlessly to not alert the other 3 or you know, the other 6, because you have other people in the house.
Yeah.
So it's like going from one to the other to the other. Well, the 2 surviving roommates didn't call. Neither did Xana. Neither did Ethan. They didn't run. They didn't get out of the house. So there's definitely something.
They couldn't.
Something that, you know, that made it seem like it was just an average everyday night. So that kind of goes back to the whole, well, maybe they did know who was in the house. Maybe it wasn't a stranger. But then you say, okay, well, there's no blinds on the windows. It's like a stalker's. I think Papa Sal actually said that it's like a stalker's dream out there to sit there and just look at all these girls in their bedrooms. But then you say, well,
he could see both their bedrooms from his car. He could look right down that hill.
That happened with full view from outside.
What's that?
Like, if it was alleged that it could have been staged, I don't necessarily believe that. But,
no stage, no plants.
But how does that even go? Like, how do you even manage to do all this and, you know, you have full view of everything?
Oh, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so everything's dark.
I still need the 8 hours gap explained, especially with evidence. With you know, in black and white, it shows that Dylan was definitely awake. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. Because at 4 o'clock in the morning, yes. But now, if that 8 hours is really just some suspect going on there,
right?
Nobody sees anything from outside of all this moving around inside the house.
Well, you know, it's really funny because if you look back to when you look back at that, and I've brought this up before, when you look back at that that drunk in public video where the alcohol, the guys were drinking alcohol in that field and the cops came and they show the house, and at one point the light was on in, I think it was Maddie's room. I think it was upstairs left hand.
Yeah, the room that had the boot in it and the M in the window. That was Maddie's room.
Okay, well, the top left light came on, and you saw a shadow. You could see a shadow walk past, and then the lights went off. And that was in that video. You can see it.
What
Now, there's
when
one.
they
There's
grabbed
one.
those kids? When they grabbed those kids, you're talking about?
Yeah, that were walking in the field, and they had beer in their hands, or the one had
Yeah.
beer in his hands.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Yeah, I
that video.
seen that.
At one point,
Yeah.
I'm not sure which angle it is, but one of the angles you can actually see the entire house, the front of the house, and you can see the light on upstairs. You can see a shadow of a person, and then the light out.
And then the lights go out. But that doesn't necessarily mean it was him. That
No,
could
but it
have
was
just
during
been
that
one
time
of them.
frame.
It was
during
around
that
3
time
o'clock in the morning that happened.
Right.
That happened around 3 o'clock.
I think their
that could-
speculated time of death is all wrong. I think when those incessant phone calls to Jack D stopped, I think that's when it started.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going by that lady's camera that the fucking cat tripped. Fucking
I
cat.
think they're going off of their only supposed close to an eyewitness as possible person inside the house said. I think that's what they're basing it off of.
Well, let me ask y'all a question, okay? Something that bothers me is after they were taken out of the house and sent to the medical examiner's office, not the coroner, because the coroner was just, she was doing whatever she did, but the actual medical examiner, when they did the autopsies, they said that they felt like they were all asleep. Now, I don't know much about forensics when it comes to autopsies and that kind of stuff. I know some because of my degree, but my thing is, they're saying that they were sleeping. Now, I could see.
I don't go for that.
I could see Maddie, Kaylee, and even Ethan sleeping. I could. But I know that Xana was awake. That was proven to be fact because of the timeline.
They were eating. They got the DoorDash at 4 o'clock.
Right, but she was the only one. She got the DoorDash. She supposedly was the one that got it. He could have been asleep.
We don't know that. I know usually when my girlfriend used to order shit like that, I would always go to the door and get it. I wouldn't let her go to the door. I would go to the door and get it. We don't know that stuff, and forget that sleeping shit. Come on.
Well,
Come on.
I mean,
the blood is
I'm saying
dripping
that-
down the side of the outside of the house.
Well, the reason I say
Nobody
that,
was
Papa Sal, is in the medical examiner, I mean, it's a science. They can tell you to the when they believe they took their last breath, what they the last thing they ate, blah blah blah. So there has to be a way to know what made. My question be what tells them that someone was asleep when they were killed? What tells them that the person was asleep when they were murdered?
Okay, listen. All right, listen. Kaylee was trying to get a hold of Jack all night.
Right.
And I believe she was trying to get a hold of him to talk to him because she was going away the next day. She was going away. The poor
What time
guy
did that happen?
Kaylee and Maddie.
What time did that happen, though, Papa Sal?
Well,
2 o'clock in the morning. I think it ended at.
We don't know that.
They have a documentation of that last phone call. I think it was 2:50 or something. 2:52.
It was 2:52. The phones automatically just stopped.
So,
and they're saying that the murders didn't happen until after 4.
Right, 4:07. Okay. I think Kaylee and Maddie were up. I think they were talking because, again, she was going away. They didn't just go upstairs and went to sleep. I don't think they just went to bed.
Yeah,
I know, but Maddie was pretty tore up.
Somebody in that room said, I think there's somebody here. Okay? So they were up. Even if one of them were up.
Well,
she was up. And I think that they heard the ruckus downstairs.
Why could that not have been Xana? Maybe Xana was telling Ethan I think somebody's here because I know for a fact.
Why couldn't it have been Bethany?
We ordered some. If we order something, our dog can hear someone pull in the driveway, and she'll start barking.
You know what?
And
I hope
it's common
Murphy,
for me to say, "I think somebody's here." You know,
Yeah,
one of us would say, "I think somebody's here." It's
So
not that uncommon.
Bethany's window is in the front driveway. So couldn't it have been her yelling up the steps, "There's somebody here," because she
Yep.
saw the headlights pull in?
Could have been. Could have been. I hope Murphy solves this fucking case. The dog hair. I hope this fucking prick has never been around a fucking dog, and all of a sudden he's got dog hair in his apartment. Done. You're dead. That's it.
This is
Murphy's gonna do it.
Something I was thinking about. So we all thought that. So if I'm thinking about the way that the sleeping arrangements happen, right? Like you move in, you go to the bottom floor, and then if somebody moves out, you get to pick like the quote better room. Like I've lived in group housing before, not in college. It was actually a halfway house, but if somebody left and they had a bigger room or whatever, or one less roommate inside there, then they would move all of their shit to that bedroom. Right. So is it possible? So someone moved out the second floor and maybe Dylan moved up there. And then we had Kaylee's family saying that she had already gotten all her stuff out, which is kind of crazy to me because you can see stuff in there. You can see like a sign on the wall and you can see the bed. And Steve said that the reason that he knew that she wasn't in there was because the bed was still made, blah, blah, blah. I'm almost wondering, like, instead of, and some people want privacy. I would prefer to be on the bottom floor where I didn't have to share a floor with anybody, but some don't. So how do we know? And it didn't say where Bethany was sleeping. It said that her room was on the first floor, but I almost wonder if she was transitioning to Kaylee's room because Kaylee was leaving. And something that bothers me, and I can find it, but I want to make sure that I put all over it, like not verified or might not be true or something on it where it's not going to be taken as fact as it was before. But I had always wondered where they got this whole, the victims were not bound and gagged thing, because I had never heard that. And I was like, why are they who's saying that? Why are they saying that that's not a thing?
Yeah.
And I finally came across it after forever. I felt like I had found a pot of gold. And it said something to the effect of, we heard things and we were scared and we locked the door. And we came out the next day and
we totally figured out the problem.
They were bound and gagged. And what it was it looked like it was coming from Dylan's Facebook page, which I haven't been able to confirm because you can't get Dylan's Facebook page.
So when you say we, is that her and somebody that might have been in the room with her besides not Bethany? Could she have had somebody there with her? I mean, they both went to two separate events that night. They weren't together.
Well,
so
and it also said that they were on the third floor.
Which was why I'm not to interrupt you, but I apologize.
That's okay.
When in college, I know, like, if you're selling, I mean, if you're renting a room from, like, I can remember renting a room at this house off campus, and whenever someone moved out, it wasn't dibs. You know what I mean? There wasn't a dibs system. You live where you live because the landlord is going to rent that room out to another student that's coming in. You know, because graduation was getting ready to happen, or it was getting ready to happen. And so people were going to be leaving. New kids were going to be coming in. Because who was it? Maddie? Or no, it was Kaylee. Wasn't it Kaylee that was late getting into that house? Which one of them had only been to that house for
Maddie?
No, I thought it was Dylan.
All of them.
Maddie and Kaylee, 156, correct?
What's that?
It was all of them. So Maddie lived there for a long time.
Yeah, but there was one that had just come in like 6 months.
I think that was Dylan. I'm not sure, but I
Well,
think
they
that was
said,
Dylan.
yeah, they said they signed the lease in June. I think it's like June 5th.
Yeah,
And
because I
then
know
there's a picture of them all in August.
right, and I know that for me, you know, we weren't able to. I mean, our first instinct was to say dibs, you know, the bigger room, nicer area, or the different floor, but the landlord wasn't going to go for that. You stay where you stay. That's your room until you leave, and you know, because it wasn't going to be but a couple weeks, and someone would be taking that person's place. So, you know, that's one thing about that room. You know, they put Murphy in there because they were going out and they want to make sure he had somewhere to be and not in her room so that he, in case he used the bathroom or something. Who knows? I mean, I don't know if they had carpet in there. Who knows? But I mean, her room was small from the pictures I've seen, and that bed was very small for them to be sleeping in one bed. So, I had something I was going to say too.
Do they own their beds or is it a rental? What, rental beds?
No, the bed. The bed that was in Maddie.
Dylan owned Bose noise canceling headphones.
Maddie's room was just a twin. It was just a regular twin bed.
But I wondered that same thing: is did they rent it with those beds already there?
Right, like a
and then they just swap out the
This
mattress
is furnished,
things, you know.
yeah, furnished rooms. That would make sense, to be honest with you.
What was that? Single bed.
You know, because the living room furniture and all that doesn't belong to any of those kids. The landlord provides that.
It was a single bed, and Steve said that Kaylee and Maddie slept together all the time. They would do that all the time. So,
well, they were like sisters, you know.
Sure, and that's what I'm saying. This is Kaylee's last night with her friend. This is her last night. She's going to Texas tomorrow morning. So they were probably, you know, I don't know.
I was thinking, you know, the time frame, they had a couple hours together before this supposedly had taken place. You know, I don't know what time. Nobody really knows the exact time, but so they had already had a couple hours. And if you look at the grub truck video, Maddie was pretty trashed. You know, I don't know about you, but when I was that age, you know, my first thing was leave the bar, hit the food, hit the restaurant or whatever, and crash. And then, you know, because I mean, how do you know she wasn't planning on staying all day that next day before she left? Nothing said she was going to leave in the morning. You know, they could have had all day planned for her to leave.
I don't know about that. I remember the mother saying something about that. What time she was leaving. I don't know. I can't remember exactly.
The saddest thing for me would be, you know, to see something, you know, happen where he is exonerated and the families have to face. That's what I was saying earlier. I would be really upset because of the families' pain. Because if they exonerate, sorry, Papa Sal, if they exonerate him, you know, it's like, then who are we looking for? Where is this person? You know, will we ever find this person if it's not him? And that's the thing that would be heartbreaking, because after, I'm not saying that that's the case, but in the event that it was the case, you know, we've had all this time go by. Now what? We've had graduations. There's graduations that have happened. Students have left that school, have gone on their own merry way. And
listen. We hear about all this shit that the defense has and everything else. Mm-hmm. What we don't really hear about, all we know with the cops, is that when that reporter asked him, how certain are you got the right guy? With that little smirk on his face, he said, very certain.
Very certain.
So, we don't really know what they have. And if it's just the sheep and phone pings, then I think we're in fucking trouble.
Right.
I think we're in trouble. I don't think it's going to stink. Because they're going to spit shine this guy. They're going to make him look like, I mean, look at him when he got the ticket. Would you think that he's going to kill 4 people next month? No, he didn't look like that.
I mean, they haven't said if there's, you know, there could have been semen left behind.
I'm just
saying. There could have been stuff left behind that they're not talking about.
They're going to make this guy look like a scholar. They're going to spit shine this guy. Haircut, nice suit. He's going to look. No, he didn't. Again, even Steve said it. He didn't look like the monster I thought he was going to look like.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Why do you guys think they, such a high profile case, and, I mean, it's literally like worldwide at this point, that they put it, they had a detective in charge that is so new to the force compared to all of the others?
I don't know why.
There's just so many. There's so many things that made it that way. One being it wasn't no shooting. You know what I mean? In the manner that it happened, like Detective John has said, and I think that's one of the reasons we have stabbings all the time, right? But in general, there's a lot of different things that made this case high profile. College campus, just tons of different fucking things.
Well, no, definitely high profile, but I mean, for a case that is so high profile, why put the person in charge, somebody that's new to the force, and what was he, 2 years in, if that?
Right.
As a detective? He was a 2-year detective?
The lead, I think he was 2 years on the Moscow force in general.
He was. They kind of called him a rookie, if I remember.
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, so that was his actual first job.
Yeah, he got Rookie of the Year. I think in 2020.
He didn't work anywhere else.
Rookie of the Year. There you go.
So that's a little bit of an eyebrow raiser for me.
Well, I mean, to become detective,
they don't deal with much but traffic stops and DUIs and shit, and do nothing but freaking get called on kids drinking and being loud. I mean, that's all they really deal with. I mean, this is murder. They're not used to dealing with murder, let alone 4.
Right.
Well,
They went to the house thinking that somebody was passed out.
I think it was 5 years.
Somebody was passed out.
Yeah,
they didn't walk in there and they see a bloodbath all over the place.
Well, I think like 3 or 4 of them. They came from the neighbor walking his dog and saw somebody after the fact of them coming out of the house after they saw whatever. The neighbor saw somebody laying on the ground and came over to check, and I think that's where that came from.
Yeah, no, the police said that they got called. They said that they got called by the surviving roommates and were told that someone on the second floor, friends were called by the surviving roommates. And what they told the friends was that one of the second floor victims were unconscious and wasn't waking up. And so when they responded, they thought they were responding to an unconscious person.
That just seems so crazy to me.
Yeah, my question is why did then 3 officers respond to an unconscious person when I have full police reports with narratives and everything of more severe incidents than technically someone being just unconscious, where only 1 officer responds. And yet it took the main person, 4 hours to get there when they don't ever have anything like this happen there. You would think people would have sped there. And I just want to, when we're talking about like, if he didn't do it, like, I don't think that, I mean, I understand that it's possible. I'm not like entirely closed off to someone being a shitbag. I have police officers in my family, and they would be the first ones to tell you that there are good people and bad people, and that's all there is to it. And cops are people. And so while I think that that's, I would keep that in the back of my mind, that's not what I think is most likely. What I think is most likely is that they started doing these re-interviews. I got a clip, and it was, Captain Lanier, who was doing a interview on December the 12th. And he said, what we're doing is, and what we've been working on over the weekend, is we're going back and re-interviewing people that we interviewed in the beginning to see if any new information came about, if evidence that we found made them like remember anything different. And then I think what happened was for one reason or another, someone brought up either Bryan Kohberger specifically or whatever happened. I think it happened in those second set of interviews from the people that they had already interviewed, because fairly quickly after that, things escalated a bunch, right? He left and went to Pennsylvania. On the 19th is when the FBI, they brought in like 20 some odd additional FBI agents out of nowhere. And 20, 21, 22, 4 days later, they pulled the very first warrant ever for Bryan Kohberger. And then a week later, they arrest him. And I think that they were anticipating finding a lot of physical and digital evidence after his arrest. And I think that there was a lot of pressure. And I think that they were getting fed up with people saying that the FBI should take over. And that includes, I watched an interview like 2 days before his arrest of Steve and their family lawyer, what's his face, Gray. And they were saying, like, we just don't think that they're like equipped to do this and blah, 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 blah. And you all remember that what's his, I can't even think of their names. The other one got onto the YouTube channel and was like, this is our investigation. We brought in outside resources to help us, but we are the lead. Our investigators are this and that. And we have this much experience put together and we call all the shots. And I think that between the tremendous amount of pressure and the community being terrified, yes, Chief Fry, thank you, and the community being terrified. And if you look at the call logs for just those last, like, say 2 weeks before his arrest, it was outrageous. Like any and everything they were calling for, which they had frivolous calls before, but it had gotten worse. And school starting back up, people needing to come back, as well as new students coming and feeling as though they needed to resolve this in some way. And I think they ran with whatever it is that they got. And as I said, I think their intention was to get a lot of evidence after he was arrested. And I think that here in the past month and a half or whatever it is, ever since that second supplemental request for discovery showed up, and then the Brady showed up, and then the subpoena for Bethany showed up, and then they brought in the attorney generals, I think that a lot of warrants came back and they didn't see what, not to say that there's not other things they could find, but I think that they expected much more at this point. So I think that if he got off or didn't do it, I don't think that it would have been necessarily intentional and more or less rushed and not as thorough. And for me, I feel like, I know, you know how they say one innocent person going to prison is less severe than 10 guilty people getting, we'd rather have 10 guilty people get off than put one person away. Have you ever heard that?
Yes. I've heard it. I've heard that saying plenty of times.
So while I agree with that, I also feel like as a family, as a mother, if I found out that a rush and not being thorough caused someone who actually did murder my child to get let go, I would be 10 times more angry. And I think that's more dangerous, because if that were the case, and I'm just saying that here recently, Bill Thompson has literally had to drop murder charges because they didn't have enough evidence. So So it does happen. And if you think for a single second that if that were to happen here, that this motherfucker wouldn't be gone, you would never see him again, ever. Whether he did it or not, he'd be out of here. You'd never find him again.
Yep.
And God knows, I mean, you might find him years from now, but who knows who else is going to hurt. So it's like,
and he'd be a
it's
rich
like,
motherfucker too. He'd be rich.
yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's crazy to me. So if I'm critical, it's because I kind of can't fathom the idea of wanting to appease the public. I mean, it needs to be it needs to be held to a certain standard so that you don't put away innocent people, right? It needs to be held to a certain standard so you don't put away innocent people, and it also needs to be held to a certain standard so that you're not arresting and then having to free or lose it. Like they even said this entire time, the whole point this is taking forever is because we want a conviction, not just an arrest. Well, then why wasn't a warrant pulled until 7 days before you arrested him, 6 days before you arrested him? So I think the pressure, and I've read several studies about this, and I'd be more than happy to share. The pressure from the public and the media and the government, and especially in a situation like this where these people aren't used to this. I mean, it's just, nobody's taking a dig when they say you don't have experience working quadruple homicide. I mean, you don't. Like, that's just a simple fact about it. It's okay that you don't have murders every day. That's fine.
Well, it was 5 years. It was 5 years since their last murder. And
do you know that I found 2 like murders of like other people, like not necessarily like my husband or his wife, like outside people. One was in, I believe, 2005, and then the other one was the one you're talking about, and they were all mass murders.
Well, there was a woman that went missing in Moscow. She's a mother of 3 that was, I think, found murdered, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, the thing that gets me is when he said that, Fry, it's like Detective One said. He said, as soon as the FBI came on the case, Moscow took the back seat, no matter what you know.
Sure.
The local police officers said, detectives, whatever. As soon as the FBI came on board, it was over. They were in the back seat, and FBI had all control.
No, they don't, though. We like to hope that they do, but they're just offering resources. They set up like a bus out in front of the police station, and they just do what they're told.
Oh my God!
They
How many did they have? 60?
I thought they just took over.
Oh, whoa!
They have no jurisdiction to be doing like say leading the investigation on a murder in a state. That's just not, the FBI doesn't do that. But they do offer all of their resources, which is why I kind of was like, wait a minute, why didn't all this stuff go to the FBI labs? Like, why aren't all of the electronic stuff and the devices and stuff going to the FBI labs? You know what I mean? Because like they're there, why not use them?
Yeah.
But they don't come in and the FBI agents until December the 19th. And so they'll come in. They would have been really helpful for, like, let's say, so the police in Idaho, in Moscow, Idaho, don't have jurisdiction. Like, they're not going to go get a subpoena or a warrant in Missouri, right? But the FBI can, and they can go, and they're everywhere. So they can, where they would be really helpful is going and talking to people that had all gone home for Thanksgiving. They could also be super helpful with processing of evidence, right? So they're just told what to do. Like, they didn't come in and tell them who they should be interviewing or leads they should be tracking down. They helped work through tips and prioritize those. And the Moscow PD admittedly said that they're getting a lot, like in one breath, they would complain about everybody like running their mouths. But then in the next breath, they're like, every day we get a lot of really viable tips. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they were getting good tips. Now, what I don't understand is flooding yourself with 10,000 tips that you know are garbage. If you thought on December the 7th that Bryan Kohberger, who drives a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, was a viable suspect, and you were really looking into him and you were like, quote, on to him, why would you put out 2011 to 2013 just so you don't tip him off, but then have 10,000 tips that you have to work through? Because they got to work through them. Like they can't just have got them and then not follow them.
You got to look into it.
Or she'll eat that up. Right.
No doubt.
So why'd you unnecessarily do that to yourselves? That makes no sense.
And no doubt. Well, what's 6:30? I gotta get out. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go do some things. I gotta go do some things. Thank you, Sloopy, for coming up, though. I do appreciate you coming up and sticking to the facts and breaking shit down. I love listening. I was like, I forgot I was on my own shit.
That was a good panel.
It was.
Yeah, it was. Everybody, thank you. Good and good night. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, thank you everybody who came up on panel. Everybody, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you sharing your voice and everybody's lovely opinions and breaking shit down. I love it. Thank you guys for really making this a good show. Without you guys, there is nothing. So I appreciate you all for coming up and sharing your opinions and your research from the chat all the way to everybody on panel. So thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
definitely.
Good night, guys.
Have a good one, guys.
All right.
Thank
See
you
next
all.
time. Good night.
Later. All right, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate everybody who was in chat giving their opinions, etc. I love you guys. I gotta go eat dinner and take care of a few things, but thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Deetra, Doozy, thank you. Mar, Farah, what is that? Farah, Gypsy. Who else we got? Terry, Martin, Crystal, thank you. Annie, thank you for coming up. Also, I appreciate your wishes on Sosa. Everybody who gave their prayers up for Sosa. He is getting surgery Thursday. Oh man, this case is man, can't wake up one day and not think about this case. I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Regina, also for coming up. Thank you, Riley. Thank you for coming by. D Smalls, thank you. All the familiar faces. Unravel, thank you. Callie, thank you. We appreciate it. Yes, we definitely appreciate everyone being here, and we'll do another one soon. I see a lot of people saying they like to hear me talk to people, so maybe we'll do phone calls in next one. But thank you guys for all being here. I'm out of here, and I hope you guys have a good one. A good Friday. I'm out. It said that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is killing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP, did a good deed and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just want to play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And NSF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. God sent me on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man